Coke or whatever,
What?
warm. That's
say, what?
nasty to me.
I was going to say, what's this pop you speak of? I only know of Coke.
Pop. That's what us Michiganders call it.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense. I mean, I've heard it before. I was making a joke, but
we're a strange breed.
Well, I mean, Texans are even stranger because they call everything Coke. Dr. Pepper is Coke, Pepsi's Coke, Coke is Coke, Sprite is Coke.
Okay, now that
actually, I think Sprite is Sprite.
Yeah, that can be a little confusing.
Yeah, everything is Coke. Ironically,
Mark just popped in, so we'll bring him up if he's ready. Unless you're not ready, Mark, just DM me, let me know. And I think we'll probably wait for Tara. Geez, Tara. Late. Yeah, no, you're right. Jay Brett, definitely Coke down south.
Yep.
Coke and peanuts. Mark, how you doing, man? Good to have you.
It's good to be here. It's been a while. Been a little busy.
Yeah, noticed.
I figured.
Doing good things.
I'm gonna DM Tara real quick and see if we can get her in here. I know she was getting a new phone, so
don't forget to tweet out the call, everyone. I'm gonna be the Tara for right now.
I was just gonna say, good job, Jay Brett.
Thanks, Jay Brett.
Far
Very
less
good.
Attractive version of Tara, but.
Yeah, Mark, I figured you were pretty busy, man, with the news that just came out.
If you think this news is something, as I continue to say, I'm working on something far bigger than what just came out.
Nice.
So, yeah.
All that and 300 chickens, huh?
No, chickens are down to a few. We've had a plight of chickens. So, yeah, chickens. I'm in California, San Max, so all's good there.
Good deal. How's Max doing? He doing well?
Max, Spence wants to know how you're doing. Are you doing all right? Yeah, he's doing well.
Good deal.
He's drinking some unrefined sugar from the Lagunitas Brewery. And that clocks in at 10% alcohol. So
that's some hefty stuff.
Yeah, he's starting it right out at 1 o'clock Pacific time.
There you go.
But at least he's not in a snowstorm like those poor bastards in the East Coast.
It's true.
Mark, are you on your headphones?
Yes.
You're breaking up just a little. I'll leave it up to you whether you want to continue on them or not. I'm not your boss.
Okay. How's it now?
Sounds good. Still, we'll wait just a couple more minutes for the Terrible. She might have got caught up in something. But just to preface the call, the Bstx blockchain was approved by the SEC. It looks like everybody has seen the news. T0 is a very big part of that. You've all heard Mark talk about it for, I don't even know how long now, more than 6 months. Really big deal. Blockchain exchanges have T0 to T+1, and they are going to create a new data source that market data will be available on. The amount of corruption it's going to cut down on, in my personal opinion, is going to be very large. So I'm very excited for this. It was probably some of the best news I've had in about 7 months. So
Yeah, it was definitely good news to see.
Just so everybody knows, I'm wearing the frog today too.
Yes.
Yeah, you can
Nice.
catch it on YouTube. Please tweet out the call. Also, you can check for the YouTube link on my Twitter feed. I'll actually pin it right now just in case people don't have Twitter and they can't watch it. I know a lot of people have friends that do not engage in tweeting. So I will share the link right now.
Twitter is a dirty habit.
Yeah. Well, if they made the platform, when you share a Twitter link, if they would just let it open normally in like a web page instead of forcing you to go to Twitter.
Yeah.
It might be a little more productive.
I was just making a joke.
I know.
Like it's ironic considering I'm on the platform and then also saying that it's a bad habit to be on the platform.
Okay, well, I'm not getting a response from Tara. I'm sure she'll kick in here pretty soon. Hey Jen, if you want a DM or two and PJ, that would be
I
would
will
be
do that
cool.
now.
I'll do it too.
Thank you. And I think with that, we'll go ahead and we'll get started, and we will let Mark basically explain what's going on with the news. If you're ready, Mark.
Yeah. So I guess I'll start the whole thing off that we're now at the 1 year and 1 day anniversary of when the buy button was pulled. And I spoke out about it, I think on February 1 on a podcast with Portnoy, and my lawyer sent a letter to the Senate and the House about how bad the events were and that things need to change. And part of that is market structure, part of it is abuse, part of it is big money over leveraged people pushing down on the little guy. I mean, there's a whole lot wrong with what goes on. And one thing that's for sure is that had settlements been on a 0 or 1 day, you wouldn't have had the Robin Hood fiasco. First of all, Robin Hood is not a controlled financial vehicle. It's still unclear exactly what happened that day that the buy button was pulled. Whatever story has come out is clearly not the true story. I think the story will come out one day of exactly what happened. But you have the players between Citadel, Melvin, who got bailed out by Citadel and SEC. You got Robin Hood. And I also think they have probably the New York Fed somewhere in there. And if you change the market structure to a 0 or 1 day settlement and you trade stocks on the blockchain, you basically eliminate the ability for bad actors to create foul play. You for sure would not have synthetic shares. You for sure wouldn't have naked shorting. You would have things matched up and things would be seamless. Now, it may not all happen in milliseconds the way it happens now, but things don't need to happen in milliseconds. Things just need to be fair. They just need to be orderly, and everyone just needs a straight shot. So that's the introduction to where we were. And I've always thought the markets were rigged. The markets were unfair. The markets were run by a greedy set. The markets were front run. And when T0, which was a division of Overstock, it's now spun out into Pelion, who runs it. When I first heard the concept of T0, I'm a huge believer. And part of the reason I own Overstock, and that's OSTK for anyone who's new to the show, is because of T0, because of BIT, which is their digital central banking, Votes, which is blockchain voting, and 15 other assets. So that's part of the Overstock story. Now, people who either don't like me, don't want to see progress, fame whores, people like that who want to knock it down, say that I have a ownership interest in T0, which is false. My ownership interest in T0 is from owning Overstock stock and from owning some T0 tokens, that if T0 ever makes any money or generates net revenue above a certain level, I get paid back in that in dividends. So I just know that T0 was the only SEC FINRA approved alternative trading system, which is still the case. And when I first brought that up, naysayers and plenty of people out there would say, look at Bstx, which is the joint venture, which was just approved, was the news yesterday. People would say, well, Citadel owns 7% of it. Well, Citadel owns 7% of half of it, and T0 licenses the technology to people who run it. Now, the elephant in the room constantly is Citadel, that this thing is a sellout to Citadel. Citadel this, Citadel that. I thought Marc hates Citadel. How could Marc get in bed with Citadel? How could Marc get in bed with Ken Griffin? Well, first of all, I hate Citadel. Second of all, I hate Ken Griffin more. Third, Citadel has their hands in everything. That's like me owning a house and having some bad neighbor buy the house 3 doors down. I can't prevent someone from buying a house 3 doors down from me if I don't like them. I can't determine and can't tell people that I have no management say in to not allow Citadel to invest. If you're Citadel and you're being attacked for payment of flow, PFOF, if you will, Citadel is actually smart to figure this out and get involved in something like this. Because I think way down the line, and you can say you heard it on this Spaces call, I think the ultimate solution for Citadel is Citadel needs to be broken up. Citadel should have a separate business as a market maker, separate business as an option guy, separate business as a hedge fund, separate business as a specialist, separate business as an exchange. So that I think would be the solution for Citadel. But at least I tip my hat to the people there, because they're so big, to at least invest in something going forward, big and new, which will basically cannibalize what they currently have. But had this Bstx been in operation a year and a day ago, the pull the buy button fiasco wouldn't have happened. I mean, it still could have happened if highly leveraged guys were over a barrel, but it would have been much, much, much harder to happen on a same-day settlement basis. So I view the approval of this as a huge plus. It's just one part of T0. It's not the entire part of T0. The excitement for T0 to me is the ATS, the alternative trading system, where STOs could and will trade, which was the big discussion with AMC. So now T0 actually has 2 approved SEC vehicles, and I think that is very, very important in a world where it seems like the government wants to either regulate crypto, make things a little harder, and definitely wants to know where people have their money, put their money, and keep some regulation on it. NFTs have yet to be regulated. If they do get regulated, that would be a grand slam for T0 and this. And I think the future is good. So I want to read something. There's some research out by my pal Bradley Saflow. He's at PAA Research, and he's at pleaseactaccordingly.com. He's also on Twitter. He's a really, really, really smart guy. He's my friend, and I buy and pay my way to get his research. So when this news came out Thursday night, he put out some research on it for Friday morning, and I want to read you the parts that describes Bstx and what this means. It's not that long, And since this is being recorded, I think you can like go back and do it, but I don't want to misinterpret anything. But his report is wonderful, and if you like his work, you should contact him and subscribe. And it goes something like this.
Can you repeat his name, Mark? You're breaking up just a little bit there.
Bradley Saflow, Safalow, and he's at pleaseactaccordingly.com. He's also on Twitter. I think he's at PAA Research. So I'm reading you what he wrote. It did not take long for one of our positive catalysts to be realized. Late yesterday, the SEC announced that the application by Boston Security Token Exchange, BSTX, to launch the first SEC-approved blockchain-based digital asset exchange has been approved. BSTX is a 50-50 joint venture between T0 and Box Digital Markets. Box Digital Markets is affiliated with Box Exchange and Box Options. Make no mistake, this is a giant leap forward toward bringing blockchain-based trading solutions to the capital markets. In order to better understand the significance of this development, we're going to go through the who, what, when, where, and why questions about BSTX. Who is BSTX? BSTX is a 50-50 joint venture between T0 and Box Digital Markets. T0 will provide the technology for the exchange's blockchain-based trading platform, and Box Digital Markets will provide operations and regulatory support. Box Digital Markets is 98% owned by Box Holdings. Box Holdings is in turn owned by a long list of entities, including Citadel, Citibank, U.S.
Hey, Mark, we're losing you. You're breaking up.
And others. BSTX,
There we go.
BSTX wisely included traditional banks and broker-dealers in its ownership group this time around to ensure existing stakeholders would support the entity's application with the SEC. What is BSTX? BSTX will be the first and only SEC-approved exchange for the trading of digital assets. Currently, security tokens trade on T0's alternative trading system through T0 Markets. It's not widely understood that the settlement of STO trades occur in what we would call a traditional sense, while side-by-side entities for trades are made, in quotes, on-chain. We view the current T0 trading system as a bridge of sorts to a platform when STOs and other securities can truly trade on-chain. With the approval of the BSTX exchange, the capital markets have taken a giant leap forward, this is all in caps, towards true blockchain-based trading and settlement. When will BSTX launch? BSTX submitted the latest SEC approval request for a digital exchange in July of 2021. The first attempt to gain approval was rejected 2 years ago. This time around, BSTX brought more traditional banks and broker-dealers into the fold to garner support. That worked. The timing on the launch of the exchange is uncertain. We anticipate that Overstock Management could discuss more details about this JV on its upcoming conference call or at the planned Medici Investor Day in March or April. Where will BSTX exist? At this point, we do not know which chain T0 will use to power the BSTX trading system. We expect more detail on the technology to emerge in the coming weeks and months. Why BSTX? In our view, the approval of BSTX represents a seminal moment in the history of capital markets in the US and for blockchain in general. BSTX will offer investors and market participants a host of advantages, including true T0 settlement, blockchain secured market data, strong investor protections, easier and more cost-effective access to public capital markets for smaller companies, Over time, an increase in other digital assets that could trade on an exchange, including cryptocurrency and security tokens offered, backed by real estate, yield companies, or other bespoke assets. Initially, the focus of Bstx will be on establishing a blockchain-based exchange for equity securities. Leadership of Bstx has already indicated they will submit applications for additional, in quotes, innovations and products, aka STOs and cryptos. As an exchange, Bstx will be allowed to establish their own listing standards subject to SEC approval. Make no mistake, this is an enormous development. Based on some of the conversations we've had with investors over the past 2 to 3 years, the overwhelming majority were not aware of Bstx nor Overstock's involvement through its T0 subsidiary. As it stands today, in our view, investors continue to ascribe zero, if not negative value to T0 and the rest of the Medici portfolio. In light of the approval of Bstx, this now looks like a glaring mistake. If ICE or CME are any guide, the market absolutely loves exchange models given their barriers to entry and robust economics. Overstock now owns the only SEC-approved digital asset exchange in the United States. Let me repeat that for anyone who wants to question this again. Overstock now owns the only SEC-approved digital asset exchange in the United States. Just a side note, I don't want to hear any bullshit about anyone else in this business or space running shit out of Gibraltar or other foreign entities. This is the only one. Back to the reading. SEC approval of the Bstx exchange could also have huge ramifications for T0 CEO search and likely capital raise. We are incredibly optimistic about the prospects for Bstx and the exchange's ability to enhance the efficiency of trading across a variety of capital markets instruments. Execution will determine whether Bstx becomes the new standard for equity trading. Again, execution, which is what I've said all along, will determine whether Bstx becomes the new standard for equity trading. Just think of that for a minute, folks. As Overstock continues to deliver solid results, generate free cash flow to its core retail business, and Pelion starts to nurture and harvest the Medici portfolio companies, I think the stock will trade meaningfully higher. So the rest is about Overstock. So that is a brief synopsis description of what went down. I think it's significant. I think there'll be more coming. I think it's a very big deal. And that's just, in my mind, the tip of the iceberg. And that's all through Saflow's lens. And I urge you to follow him on Twitter. He does tremendous research. He works his ass off. And I got this yesterday from him, so I felt it important to read it out. And that's the baseline description. I think if you want to look over the valley of the Grand Canyon, the question is who will want to partner with T0, how much money will they raise, and if investors and people start to believe this will become the next big thing, it will be beyond huge and revolutionary. So that's my thoughts, Spence, on that.
Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, absolutely. You've been talking about this for years now, and we actually brought up a securitization token idea to Adam Aaron at one point in time, which everybody saw on Fox News on the Liz Clayman show with Charles Gasparino. It was a good idea. It was a great idea. I wish this would have been enacted at $40 on AMC instead of now just being brought back up at $15.50. But that's okay. I'm overall glad to hear this news just based on market fairness. I think blockchain is the future. Everybody knows it. Everybody realizes it. I'm very happy to see this got approved by the SEC. I really want to thank you for sharing that, Mark, and congratulations, by the way. I know you've been putting a lot of effort into things on your side. So,
Well, I've been putting a lot of effort into something that's yet to happen, but I'm still optimistic it will. And if it, when it does, the 5 train loads I have of crow will be shoved up people's asses and down their throat like you've never seen before. This is part one, but
metaphorically, obviously,
of course, but this is just part one. Part two could be something, but in market fairness and to level the playing field, and I'll get into that in a second. This is part 1, 2, and 3 of how you do it. And people who want to troll me and others are resistant to change because it basically blows up their existing business model, part of which includes ripping off Joe Sixpack. And old habits die hard. And guys in the payphone business did not like seeing cell phones come, but sure enough, cell phones came, and that's the end of the payphone business. And people who were in the phone dialing business didn't like to see push buttons. Same thing if you were in the records, then tapes, then CDs. Now everything's digital. So there's always change, but there's so much money involved in the status quo. And there's so much money involved in 3-day settlement. So much money in running in front of orders. There's so much money in creating synthetic shares to create options and payment for order flow and things like that. This, if executed properly, puts it all on its head. And it puts it all on its head alongside a platform that can trade STOs, NFTs, crypto, and things like that. So I believe what I know. I have high conviction in this. I'm a highly confident person. Some people think I have a big ego. So what if I do? I don't care. But this is what it is. And, don't shoot the messenger. Don't shoot the Spaces hosts. Don't shoot the idea because Citadel owns 7% of half of it. That's not the reason to look the other way here.
Well, Mark, like Swing Trader brought up, hi guys, by the way, Citadel owns a part of Twitter as well. So are we all going to delete our Twitter accounts? Citadel also owns a portion of AMC stock. So, I mean, you can't really, it seems Citadel is such a large entity that they're almost unavoidable in any faction of the market. I don't know. I that argument makes it really tough. It's tough to sit here and watch people spreading these screenshots around of this 7% ownership. It's complete misinformation and distortion. I mean, can we see the ownership of Citadel of AMC stock? Or is that, we don't want to push that narrative, but we want to push this narrative. It's just, if you're going to start showing that, show it across the board. I want to see every, percentage that Citadel has on everything then, not just, and it's not T0, it's Box, which is 50% ownership of Bstx, correct?
That's correct. And the thing is that these guys are ruthless. They're absolute motherfuckers. They are very well connected. And one thing you could say is they see the writing on the wall. They see where this is going. They see what the future is. And if I was in the, I keep coming back to payphones. If I was in the payphone business and you told me cellular is coming and cellular is a huge threat to us in the payphone business, I would say, God, I hope you're wrong. I really do, because then we'll go out of business. But in the meantime, why don't we buy 10% of a few cellular companies in case you're right? Because if cellular is a real thing, we're going to go out of business in the payphone business. So if someone diversified their model to go from all payphones to cell phones and payphones, they've not only stayed in business, they've succeeded. If they just put their head up their ass and said it'll never be, then there were severe consequences. So change, as Kathy Wood, who I'm no fan of, would argue, change and technology happens. And the one thing that has not been brought up to speed, other than faster trading and running in front of people, is the markets. And there's no reason there needs to be 3-day settlement. There is same-day settlement is what could prevent all these fiascos, and you wouldn't have synthetic shares, and you wouldn't have option market maker naked shorting. Everything would happen seamlessly, and everyone would know where things are. So I'm frankly tired of hearing the Citadel discussion with this. Citadel does a whole lot of bad things, and those are the things that need to be focused on, from their hedge fund business to payment of flow to algorithms to how they play the option market making game to how they play the specialist game. Those are things to hit them on. But if they're throwing money towards something brand new that just, by the way, got approved by the SEC that's not even up and running, I could argue they're ahead of the game and they see what I see. So,
I just quickly, because so many people are spreading this kind of stuff around and not really getting the answers. It's hard. You can't individually go and answer each person who's putting these screenshots up and saying, no way, this is bad for us. It's just impossible. So really quick, sorry for cutting you off, Mark, but I didn't get a chance to remind people to please tweet out the call so that more people can come in here, hear what's going on firsthand. It would be extremely helpful. People miss these calls, and then there's still this questioning going on and, expectation of answers. But imagine being Mark, imagine being Spence or myself and trying to keep up with the amount of questions, about this connection with Citadel, this narrative that keeps getting pushed over and over. It was pushed before when Mark originally came with the idea to help AMC with the STO when we were, sitting at, I don't know, high 30s at the time. Even the thought of the idea got the stock back up, I think, over 40. Now we're sitting where we're sitting. And a lot of it was due to a spread of misinformation. And unfortunately, that misinformation got back to our CEO, Adam Aaron. So because of that, it was stopped in its tracks and potentially maybe seen as being illegal, when in reality, there's nothing illegal about this. And now it's even SEC approved for Bstx. Adam had the opportunity to be kind of the first one through the wall, like Mark says, and kind of the trailblazer with this. And it would have helped shareholders, us, so massively, so greatly, to be able to get to the bottom of, how many times over do we own the flow? All of the questions that we've been asking for, a year now? How many synthetic shares are there? How all of these questions that we still have no answers to, unfortunately, because of the crowd that likes to run with the, it's related to Citadel. Well, unfortunately, you guys, Citadel has their hands in a lot of pots, so it's pretty much impossible to find any investment that doesn't somehow involve Citadel. But really quick, sorry, I'm long-winded. I just want to remind you guys, please tweet out the call so people get in here and can hear Mark firsthand. Also, we're hoping to have Jess on, and I think that would be absolutely amazing, Mark, if you could do that for us with Bstx. Is she the CEO?
Yeah, she's the CEO. I think. How do I say this right? I think the scoreboard is about to blow off the frame, and I think when that happens, I think we can theoretically have some big time guests on.
Good.
When something happens, and we'll have her on, and I'll work on getting her on. But I think the star of the show has yet to be seen or announced yet, and I'm beyond excited, because then I think everyone's going to have their aha moment, and I mean, Adam, in reflecting, Adam Aaron has made a horrific mistake in at least not evaluating or saying he would evaluate the prospects, chances, or dynamics of this. But he runs the show, and I'm just a Spaces call participant. So,
well, I hope he comes back and evaluates this situation, because this news is huge compared to what he tweeted, which, in my personal opinion, the tweet Adam Aaron released about the STO NFT dividend being likely illegal or breaking debt covenants. If it breaks debt covenants, who are we to know? But likely illegal, I think not. I hope this reaches Adam Aaron and he comes back and tries to speak with you again, because it's
I'll
going to
invite
look
him to the call.
good. It's going to look bad when a company like, I don't know, GameStop decides to do a security token on this new market. And we're sitting here with AMC saying it's illegal. I really hope he comes back and reevaluates the situation with it.
I just got someone commenting really quick, just waiting for someone to ask why he blocks everyone that questions him in regard to you, Mark. I kind of want, I could let you just make a statement on why you choose to block people. But for me personally, if you have an account with maybe 100 followers, it's easy to maintain. It's easy to look at your notifications and kind of babysit your feed and say, okay, I don't want this person, commenting on my stuff and saying stuff that's just totally out of line and not okay. But when you grow on here and you have a larger audience of people, and then people coming at you sideways constantly, you can't keep up. Like for me personally, I block people when they're trolling, when they're disrespectful, when they're threatening me or doing things to me personally that are not even related to what I'm here for, which is AMC stock. If you're going out of your way to be a hateful person, you're just going to get blocked. Like, I don't care if you have a question. If you're being hateful about it, I have no obligation to answer your questions. And I feel that's the same for Mark. If people want to ask a question, we're right here. Ask a question, comment, DM, whatever it takes, but don't go out of your way to be hateful, argumentative, just out and out rude, and then act like a victim when you get blocked.
So along those lines, Twitter is free. Anyone who wants to can have Twitter. You can be anonymous. You don't have to even have an avatar. You can be just an egg. And I have, 80,000 plus followers. And I do have 5,000 people blocked. That's 15,000. So I could put all of my followers in the football stadium in Dallas, biggest one around, and I could put all of my blocks I could fill a basketball stadium. And I do that because I only follow 800 some odd people. And I view it as an honor to follow me. And I view it as an honor that I follow you. And I take my feed seriously. And the people who follow me know I will put up with none of it. And if you want to snark at me, if you have a egg as an avatar and 15 followers and you want to keep coming at me with the same stupid question about Citadel, I have no time for it. I've answered it 3,000 times. I don't need it anymore. If you want to be constructively critical of me, then DM me, and then we can have it out over DM. And I can disagree with Spence. I can disagree with Jen. I can disagree with Tara. I can disagree with JB. But if I disagree with them, I will DM them or hit them up, and I will not do it in public, and I'll do it respectfully. And there was a time where I wasn't thrilled with Swing Trader because he was taking some misinformation and putting it out there. What he specifically said is, I first ran my plan to GME, and when they rejected me, they came to AMC. Well, I told them that's 100% false. It was made up by some sociopath. And when sociopaths spread things, some people actually believe it. And I said, it's absolute bullshit. It's not true. And then Swing and I
I've yet to
are both.
see any proof of that, by the way.
Exactly. But then Swing and I are good. Swing was never blocked. Swing was never muted. Get along fine, right? And 99% of the time, I don't know who any of you guys are. I know some professionals. I know who people are. And look, I've known John Hempton since 1990 something, when he used to, be on the Yahoo message boards before he had a real job and operated in his basement in pajamas. We don't always agree, and we can disagree, and we can disagree violently, but we keep it respectful. We keep it decent, which is really, it gets back to my problem. If everyone can just behave at a ninth grade level and treat people, you don't have to treat them with respect, just treat people decently and face the argument as the argument rather than all this made up, shoot the messenger bullshit crap that goes on. It's just terrible. And again, I will have no part of it. It's not like you're buying a ticket for $500 to cheer on the Raiders or boo the Raiders. Then you can talk as much shit as you want. This venue is free. And I don't charge anyone to follow me, good, bad, or indifferent. But to follow me, in my mind, is an honor, and it's a privilege. And if you violate the privilege, you will get your ass blocked. And when you get your ass blocked, you've done something. You've done something to piss me off. So if you want to piss me off on Twitter, there's a real good chance you get blocked. And that's just simply that. So I would go back to whoever sent you that DM and say, hey, if you treat the guy with a modicum of decency and respect and don't ask the same question for the 497,000th time, maybe you won't get blocked. But I am
Well, so
tired.
that's what I'm dealing with. It's not actually in DMs. It's on, I shared the call. I tweeted out the call, and there's almost like a live chat happening underneath the tweet of people, bringing up the Citadel connection to BTSX or BSTX. And then also that was where the comment was about you blocking people. Also, let's see, Citadel owns part of Box's parent company. No, thank you. I responded, ignorance is bliss. Keep your ears plugged. But FYI, Citadel owns Twitter and AMC as well. Yet here you are. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if people don't want to hear what you have to say or hear the true discussion, but want to run with the narrative, they're going to do that. But I hope that by the end of this call, it'll help clear up some of the, I call it FUD because that's what it is going on. This should be a celebratory thing for anyone who has been battling corruption and manipulation in the stock market. Knowing that there's an option for blockchain now should be a huge step in the right direction for all of us, because it means we can see our trades. This is what we've been wanting. This is what we've all been fighting for. So for people to make this small connection and say, oh, nope, I can't support it. Well, guess what? Whether you support it or not, it's the only option that's SEC approved. They support it. Not that I love the SEC either, but it's an option now, and hopefully will get us on the right path to stop with the manipulation and with the other costs that the money that they're skimming off the top of trades, PFOF, all of those things that hopefully this will eliminate. In other countries, in Europe, I believe in Canada, PFOF is illegal. Keep that in mind, guys.
Here's how fucked up it is. PFOF in Canada is illegal, flat out illegal. Naked shorting in Canada is legal, 100% legal. So how bad is PFOF if Canada outlaws that? but naked shorting is legal. Just think of that for a minute. Just run that through your head. In Canada, naked shorting is legal, but PFOF is illegal. And this, Bstx would do away with PFOF. And just sometimes, as my late camp director buddy would say, when all hell is breaking loose, don't just do something, stand there. So before everyone wants to knock it, think of where you're all sitting in history, that if this works and this thing takes off, you can say you first heard about it on some Twitter Spaces calls. And that's kind of a big deal. You didn't first hear about it on the Cartoon Network. You didn't first hear about it on Fox Business. You didn't first read about it in the Wall Street Journal. You first heard about it on a space call that Tara hosted. And that's significant. And that's a huge credit to a lot of people, including Twitter, for coming up with this forum. But that's what new ideas, and that is a good thing, how information gets around. That's technology working, that you can do all this and it doesn't cost anyone a penny to chime in. So
my thing on this is the people that are mainly hating on it are from the community, from the ape community, because they don't understand what it is, because too many people are willing to read a headline or read a tweet from a faceless, nameless avatar and run with it like it's truth. And it needs to stop happening if the ape community is going to be taken seriously. Like Tara said, we've been fighting for market corruption this entire time. Blockchain is 100% the answer. This is taking off with or without you. To say that this is some vile plan because Citadel owns a 7% stake in it is really silly. It's like saying you're not going to buy socks because Walmart sells socks. Citadel is involved in everything in the market, and everybody knows that. It won't matter who owns what if the trades are going through blockchain, because it's so transparent. So I hope everybody takes a step back, reads, does some actual DD, and understands what Bstx, T0, and Box is all about before they start rumors on Twitter. It's just ridiculous at this point.
Well, and Spence, just like Mark said, if this ends up, taking over as the new system and the new way of trade, of course, Citadel wants to be in on the new latest and greatest thing. I mean, if anything, that should make people realize how, I don't know. It's a two-way street. Like, you can actually look at this two different ways. If Citadel wasn't involved, I would almost wonder if this was even legit. Honestly, because their hands are in everything.
Well, there you go. I mean, that's right. If they're not in it, people would come at me and say, the real guys aren't in this thing. How can we take this thing seriously? If this thing was any good, the real players would be here. Real players like who? Well, how come Citadel's not involved? Right? Well,
I mean, they are the biggest market maker in the world, correct?
Right. So you have Citadel, you have JP, you have Citibank, you have UBS. I mean, you have the Union Bank of Switzerland. I mean, so
and SEC approval. So,
right.
And Ken Griffin wants to look good doing this, coming out of the most corrupt market we've had in years. It's a polish, is what it is.
Well, whatever it is, if you want to string along that I can't stand the guy, that I can't stand the firm for what he's done to individuals, fine. But this
imagine Mark standing there with his hands on his hips saying, okay, I'll be a part of this if you get Ken Griffin out. I mean, how would that even go over? I don't know. It's just crazy.
Not only that, I'm not going to cut off my nose to spite my face. And if this thing turns into something that I think it could turn into, right? I hope Ken Griffin makes $10 billion on this thing, which would make T0 and Overstock worth $3,000, right? That's where I have my bet. I own Overstock stock. Don't apologize for overstock stock. Overstock stock is down as much this year as AMC. It's been a shitty year to own stocks, to own
That's the
speculative
market.
stocks.
Yeah, that's the market.
Exactly
Gave
right.
me an opportunity.
So when people want to be critical, right, of this, to be critical of it would be, I don't think the blockchain works. The current system works fine. Why do we need this? That's being constructively critical. I think those ideas are stupid, but that's being constructive. When you come at me on I'm a predatory short seller, you come at me, Citadel owns 7%. When you come at me with all these other things that I've heard 458,000 times, I get a little tired of it. And you will be blocked, and there's no place for it. And these calls, which I appear less and less on because I'm busier and busier and busier trying to move the needle. These calls, hosted by Spence, Jen, PJ, and Tara, these are the only calls worth listening to in these areas. All these other calls, I just wouldn't waste your time. People don't know what they're talking about. They're hateful, and it's just a waste of your time.
I honestly I think it's kind of important that people do get a dose of what else is going on out there, because when they come back, it's kind of like, okay, now I remember this is how it's supposed to be. But you're actually 100% right. I got a DM, got in a back and forth with someone last night, and he was so upset. He went into another call, said 3 words according to him. I wasn't there, of course, but he said he got blocked and kicked from the call. And he was like, I'm so done with this community. Like, I'm ready to just sell AMC and be done, because I cannot stand the disrespect, the way people act, all of this. And so it's a bad look and it's tough. And, I talked to him for a bit and just said, come back around, give the weekend a break, maybe rest. I don't know, come back around to some of the serious calls and not the ones where people are just, I don't even know what people are doing anymore in the other calls, because I don't go to them. I don't have time. And I don't have energy to listen and get so frustrated with, I can't imagine if someone was brand new, just bought AMC and stumbled into a call like that, where people are just being cut off and blocked and kicked out if they have a difference of opinion or a question or anything like that. And so I want to make it really clear, when we're talking about Mark blocking people for questions, it's not, oh, hey, I have a question. Oh, you're blocked. No, it's not like that at all. If you are disrespectful and out of line and repeating it over and over and wanting to make a big charade out of it on the feed, there is a huge difference between a respectful conversation and going out of your way to act like that and behave like that. That's basically Gasparino syndrome. I mean, I don't know if you've all seen my back and forth with him today. It's absolutely ridiculous. Don't be Gasparino, please.
I do want to say something. I went back and forth this morning for about an hour earlier this morning with people that were promising me they're smarter than Mark. They have, because they read some documents, etc. And I spent a lot of time begging them to come on this call and hear things firsthand. And guess what? Neither of them are on the call. I mean, at least come and listen. What is the problem with listening? It's bizarre to me. And I think, Tara, you're 100% right. People will get fed up. And I do know people that have sold their stock because of what went on in the community, because they lost all faith. And I also have people my age that are new to Twitter, and I ask them only to follow us and not pay attention to anyone else. So if you see me tagging y'all and you don't know why, it's because of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad actors in the community. We know that. Some people that say they're apes, I know 100% that they are not apes.
Well,
And
what
two,
a perfect thing to do, right? If you were Citadel, send people in to pose as apes and then completely tear this thing apart from the inside out, right? I mean, that's what I would do. Send infiltration.
I mean, that is the quintessential divide and conquer. And the other thing is that everybody's very fatigued at this point, and a lot of people have gotten very complacent. They've essentially, the thing that has gone on Reddit for the longest time now has been, though the DD's done, there's nothing more to do. We're good. All we need to do is buy and hold. Eventually, they're going to run out of gas and go under. That's the same narrative that's been spun since about March of last year, or April. And I see it all the time in all of the Reddit communities that I'm in, and I keep tabs on it. And the reality is, it's not done. We're not through with all this stuff. There's always more that we can do. And, in some cases, we're just getting started. Like, I started to work with Swing on trying to put together some programmatic information coming from FINRA data so that we can outright prove what the state is of the stock market, of each of the highly shorted stocks. Now, I'm still in the very early phases of it, but I mean, that's what I can do to help move the needle, right? I write code. That's something I'm passionate about. And I think a lot of people have either not found their niche, or if they have, maybe they've lost their interest or their passion because other people have convinced them that this whole thing's over. But if you have a really good eye for doing good research, go do research. Find more information. There's always more information that can be uncovered, more rocks that can be overturned. Because Swing's investigation led to a question of well, how could we programmatically attack this? And then he said, "Oh, I know, Brett is a smart person with writing code. I'm going to go to him and see if he can either help me, or if he can do it, or find somebody to help do it." Right.
Well, and that's the hardest thing is you make valuable connections here, but then if you're spending more time fighting people like the Gasparinos of the world, you're expelling energy enough to the point where you're like, okay, throw my phone, I'm done. And then you're missing opportunities like that connection right there, Jay Brett. So That's where you do have to block people. And it's unfortunate and it sucks that it has to be that way, but put the blinders on, drown out the damn noise and get to work, because we have a lot of work left here to do. It's really unfortunate. I'm seeing the same group of people that has been coming at me for months, going at the YouTubers for months. Now they're trying to discredit Kat. Kat does amazing work for this community. She goes above and beyond. She's been doing it since May, since we got together on a call just like this, voice to voice. She put up a GoFundMe to get planes in the air, billboards, for AMC, and this group that doesn't support AMC. A lot of them are GME elitists. Some of them might be shorts. I'm not sure. They're kind of almost working together at this point to discredit people who are going above and beyond. So what does Kat do? She blocks them. I mean, that's the only choice she really has. And then they start slandering her and saying, oh, when we asked a simple question, she blocked us. No, you didn't ask a simple question. That isn't how it went down at all. And it's the same issue I have with people who say they asked a simple question of Mark and then got blocked. No, you didn't. You don't just get blocked for asking a question. You get blocked for slandering. You get blocked for misinformation, for inciting, argumentation. We have real work to do. No one has time. Kat Stryker has a job. She has a life. She doesn't have time to sit around and answer every little question that people want to just throw out on the feed to make her look bad. If you had a real valid question, you would go to her in her DMs and you would say, here's my issue. I've donated, or I am interested in donating to your GoFundMe, but do you have X, Y, and Z? I would like you to provide that. Well, guess what? If she chooses to, cool, more power to her. If she doesn't have time and chooses not to, oh, well, she has enough people investing that she doesn't need to. It's her choice, and it's a full-time job, and she doesn't get paid for it. The only way Kat makes money here is if AMC stock squeezes and does well. She's heavily invested in the stock. Do I know that for a fact? No, but do I believe that she would dedicate as much time and energy as she does to something she doesn't even hold? No, I do not. And that same goes for me, same goes for everybody here. So yeah, none of us know for certain who's here for what reasons, but if you go off of people's actions over their words, it's pretty simple. It's pretty easy to tell. It's a pretty good formula for judging what people's reasons truly are for being here.
And I want to just add, actions speak louder than words. You invited Adam Aaron, and I don't want to get on him. That's not why I'm saying this. You invited Adam Aaron, Tara, to the call. He just tweeted a minute ago about NFL weekend.
Hey,
Oh,
hey guys.
Are you serious?
Hey.
So just one thing. I got some interesting thoughts on Twitter. This is from someone who follows me. Says some of the apes are fools, not all, but some. Surprise, surprise. Citadel owns equity in the NASDAQ and NYSE. AMC trades on these platforms. You have to understand the field. There's always crossover. Oh yeah, I'm sure AMC receives funds from a major bank that also works with Citadel. And then some, which again, this is 100% true. And, you have to understand all these things in perspective. Then someone says, can we move on from Citadel ownership and who blocks who and talk about BTSX and what that is? Well, I did that earlier in the call. I read something. It's recorded, so go back and replay Spencer's YouTube channel so you'll get that. And then he says, or she says, and how it directly affects AMC stock. Well, the directly affects AMC stock, and this is something, we can get into now, and something that's like beyond disturbing, is AA mentioned that he's thinking of doing some form of refinancing. And I hope to God it's not a convert. Because if it's a convert, converts are a debt/equity instrument, and it tends to be struck at a premium above last sale. So if the stock is trading at 15, the convert would be up, let's say 30% from here. So it would be convertible at 20. So if he were to do a $2 billion convert, the upside would be if the stock were to fly, the bondholders would have equity coverage north of 20. If the company were to falter, the convert holder is ahead of the equity. And what really concerns me about AA is if I were to short the stock and above water or even below water, you would buy the convert just because it's a free ride. And what do I mean by that? If the stock were to go to 50 for whatever reason and you own the convert moves up past 20 with the price of the stock. So if you short the stock and the stock were to go to 50, while you would lose on your short, you would really only lose from 20 and still gain interest on the debt. If the company were to falter and it were to go way down, you'd lose on the bond, some, not a lot, but the bond is ahead of the equity. You would make a fortune on your short. You would make a fortune being short, and you'd lose some on the bond. But if the company got in real trouble, the bond holders are ahead of the equity guys in the capital structure. So when you ask me the question of how it affects the stock, this new exchange affects everything, because if there wasn't the skullduggery that went on, this situation would not exist and people would not be in the position they're in today. So it's kind of like if you have a bad ankle, you protect your bad ankle and you limp, which then puts pressure on the knee. And then if you start favoring your knee, you have a hip issue. And if you start favoring your hip, you have a back issue. And if you start having a back issue, you'll have a neck issue. So everything is connected in markets, in capital structure. Stock price is a fundamental. And Adam Aaron completely and utterly, A, misread the room. Two, his ego is way too big for his brain, because what saved his company are the very people listening and on this call, are individuals. hardworking people save the company. If it wasn't for the hardworking individuals saving the company, Adam Aron wouldn't have cashed out $50 million. And then since he thinks he made his 50 million, he probably thinks in his mind it's because of him. Well, it's not because of him. It's because of you. You folks are the ones who made Adam Aron his money, not Adam Aron. And if Adam Aron were sitting right here, or he's listening and he can replay it, I will say that you owe it all to these people. You owe it all to these people. And it's very important that you recognize that. And
Hey,
it's
guys.
very important. And then it's very important that you see what goes on. And that's, you know, that's that. It's all connected.
Hey, Mark, can I ask you how T0 and the Bstx market will affect the process of naked shorting? Is that something you can speak on?
Well, it would be eliminated because it's only on a one-for-one. You could only short what's digitally available. In other words, you can't create false shares here. It would all be recorded. So if there weren't shares available and shares in the system, you would not be able to create it because each share would have its special blockchain code attached to it.
That's fantastic.
In other words, everything on the blockchain has its own special code, and its securities would have its own special code. So you couldn't create shares out of thin air because it would need to have a code attached to it.
And from what I read, and correct me if I'm wrong, the actual trades and data, it'll come in as anonymous, but you will see all the trades that happen on the exchange. Is that correct? Or am I getting that?
That is correct. I think the devil's going to be in the details of when this eventually gets rolled out. Time frame uncertain, right? Could be sooner, could be later. It's up to T0 Overstock and Medici to call that. But look, make no mistake, T0 supplies the technology. Citibank, JP, UBS, Credit Suisse, Citadel, Toronto Stock Exchange. It's their part of the deal to run and create the exchange, right? And these are guys who are in the exchange business. These are not lightweights. You may like them, you may hate them, but they've been to this rodeo before. So they're going to create this thing. It's T0's patented technology that basically is going to run this thing. But the guys who are familiar with exchanges, it's essentially their baby to run with. So that's the importance of a partnership. But again, the key is it's all connected. But what it does is it wipes out the chance for mass fuckery or even minor fuckery. It eliminates it. And when you eliminate that, it gives the person on the outside, you know, the individual, a greater shot. It gives you a better chance. It's not, the game is not as rigged against you as it currently is. And that's important. And that's the ultimate transparency. Plus, things settle on the same day. So the lemonade salesman can't say that he got hit by some undisclosed margin issue, right? Which he lied about there. And you eliminate payment for flow, synthetic shares, naked shorting, all this crap that goes on. And you take markets into the whatever the hell century we're in.
That's why I'm confused about the reaction on the community from the so-called apes, which I firmly believe that a lot of these bad actors that are attacking you, attacking Tara, attacking me, they're not really apes, or they're actually just confused. Because the entire thought of the ape community and what we've been doing is fighting for market fairness. There's so many good apes that have been fighting tooth and nail for market fairness. You got unusual whales tracking all these trades and information and really putting a lot of good data out there on even insider trading in Congress. So it's confusing to me how the community couldn't centralize around this, knowing that there's not really too many ways known today to cheat blockchain, and how we can create a fairer market for future generations. Not even a fairer market, but a more efficient market. So we're not looking at FTD charts nonstop all day and having Charles Payne go on TV and have to scold the entire MSM and the entire market and financial community on a stock that was shorted 130%, which was GameStop. I mean, that is a financial atomic bomb that they have created that, in my personal opinion, still hasn't been detonated yet. I'm still long in my AMC position. I believe in the play. I did pick up on some overstock because I believe in what's going on with overstock in T0 and this Bstx exchange. So I'd encourage everybody in the community, please do your research, read more than the headline, and stop listening to the Trust Me Bro accounts that have a fake profile and a fake name. There's real people up here right now putting themselves out on the line in real time, giving you the truth. So please take a step back and let's evolve as apes into something better that can be taken seriously on MSM.
And people are doing real things to move this forward. When you see people that are not doing real things, that are making things up in their heads, make sure you just bypass them. Follow the people that are doing real work.
And the other thing is, I'm not getting paid for this. They're to do this. They're
Mark, I
doing
can't
it
hear you.
because they're no one, whether it's Spence, Jen, PJ, Tara, myself, we're not getting paid here, right? This is doing it because people want to make a difference. People enjoy trying to help others. People enjoy creating a community where someone may actually learn from it, where you can look back on this and say, I kind of remember participating on these calls when this first came out. It will make a difference. And the community will get bigger and smarter people will join. And if you want to troll or create trouble or not bring anything to the party, right, you will just fade out into oblivion. You know, Trey and all those guys are headed to be an answer to a trivia question one day because they don't bring anything that moves the needle, nothing that helps people out, nothing that makes you think, nothing that makes you better, nothing that makes you a better investor. And there's a lot of problems. I can come up with many problems and many things. But where you make a difference is when you have solutions to problems. And that's what goes on these calls. You know, that's what goes on. When you come up with solutions to how to solve something, and then you get attacked for trying to come up with an idea to move the needle, then you know you're really onto something. Then you really know you're getting close. And that's the good thing about this group. I mean, that's the good thing. And again, no one has to like each other. No one has to, be a fan or anything like that. But just treat people in general and in life with some form of decency, and everyone would do a whole lot better. A whole lot better.
Absolutely.
It's not hard, guys. It's not hard. Respect. That's all that we ask, If you have a question or something, or if you want to call someone out, okay, fine. But, probably would be better to do it in a simple DM, do it in private, and talk it out and figure things out that way. Why, I don't know, all the drama publicly on Twitter, just, it's not worth it, guys.
Well, it's for
It
clout
really
too.
isn't. So just be cool. Just be nice. Just be respectful. It's just being a human being. Just be a good human being. It's not hard, guys. It really isn't. Come on.
Yep. If people want to keep talking on my YouTube channel currently right now, please behave yourself. I will drop you like a bad habit. Mark, do you have any, I don't know, want to say closing words for the topic? Are you willing to take some questions too?
Let's hit the questions and see where it goes.
Okay, we'll bring up one person at a time to
Sounds
ask
good.
a questions. Sugar, you can start. You're going to stay up as a panelist, obviously. If you want to go, then we'll bring somebody up.
Hey, thank you guys. Thank you, Spence, for having the call. I know, especially on the weekend, when people, you guys can spend your time with the family. You guys take out the time to for the call. So
Yeah,
that's
man.
really
I
really
bought the new
appreciated.
Pokemon game, and I'm here doing a space call.
And to Mark, I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. That's the one thing I think you don't hear enough is thank you. I mean, I people don't even understand how lucky they are to have you in our corner. Can they imagine having you on the other side? You didn't come here. You didn't come here because you need followers or you need likes or you need to have your own YouTube channel or you have to sell merchandise. You came here because you honestly, genuinely believe that people were let down, and you just wanted people to help. And the least we can do it is at least give you respect. I mean, that's what you stand for. If people don't have done their research on you, maybe they need to go back and see that how much experience and knowledge you have, and how lucky we are to be here. Like you are doing a job when a lot of people are there. They can't even tweet or they can't even lift people up when they need them. So you and especially Tara too, I mean, people going after one girl because she has more followers than them, because there are a lot of people who believe in her, because, you know, I don't understand. But then again, they don't, a lot of those guys, they're just grown as kids. This is not a school, we are not, these are the livelihoods of people we are talking about. It's just not about one person, me or one thing. It's about the livelihoods. People have their hard-earned money in it, and people want, literally, honestly, it to work, to succeed, not just for one person, for everyone else. I
And
mean, what
that's
do
what
we
Mark
have to
wanted.
lose?
That's what
Nobody
Mark
else is
wanted.
doing anything.
And is
I
there
mean,
any other option right now for market fairness besides
there's
blockchain?
exactly nobody else is doing anything. And with all due respect to CEO Adam Aaron, I know he has to think about his retirement. I know he has to think about his kids' future, but we have kids too. We have families too. And we are not expecting a whole lot, but I mean, if he needs to try, do his research, I mean, go through all this, talk to Mark, and if we can make this thing work, what's the harm in it? I mean, we right now, it's not about.
Well, the harm in it would be the government and a lot of bad actors in the financial industry being exposed for stealing money. That's
But
the harm for us. It's
It
good.
also it also
They're-
doesn't take $40 million to create generational wealth. You can
in
create generational wealth on about 10 million.
exactly, and that's the thing. I mean, if you can't, I mean, do or come out with good ideas, if somebody has one, why not give him a chance? I mean, what do we have to lose? We are sitting at $15. I mean, every step that's moved in the right direction is a good step. Let's be constructive. Let's not just act like grown as kids and give somebody already has a one chance that can help everyone. We have kids, we have families too. And I'm not talking about moas or squeeze like a lot of YouTubers been saying for last 6 months. I'm just tired of the manipulation. Like, dude, we are tired. It's more than that now. It's more about transparency. It's more about manipulation. So
I feel
let's
you, Sugar.
let's all get together and let's be constructive. Give the man the respect he deserves. He don't ask you for something else. Like a lot of other people. Just give him what
Wait,
he
he didn't
deserves,
ask
dude.
you for super chats on his YouTube channel? What do you mean? I've been sending Mark super chats on YouTube. Is that the wrong Mark? I'm just kidding.
Mark's
Wait,
YouTube.
guys! I want to get
kidding.
to the super chat.
I'm in his paid Discord where I get stock tips all the time. What do you mean?
Mark's feet pick and super chat.
Beat pics, super chats, and paid Discords. It's amazing.
It's what's Sugar. I appreciate.
Do you want to show your
kind words.
NFT collection, Mark?
It's going to be interesting how fast people like Trey and the Trey wannabes fall off the face of the earth, just become answer to trivia questions down the line. It's really going to be fascinating to watch this all.
I'll be honest, if Trey keeps doing his Crim Jamer
you are not here to take
videos,
credit,
I don't think
like,
Sugar
oh,
can
I
hear
did it.
me.
You honestly
If
care. I
someone
know a
else
lot
could
of
tell
these
them.
people, even a
Hold on real quick, guys. I'm gonna mute and unmute everyone just to try to reset the call a little bit.
I could try to leave and come back.
No, I
think
can hear
Sugar
you,
can't
Tara.
hear me. Sugar can't hear me.
Sugar, can you hear Tara?
No, I can.
Okay, hold on a minute. I'm gonna mute and unmute everybody.
Sugar, can you hear me now? It's all good. It's all good.
Okay.
I forgot what I was about to say. Oh, I was going to say, if you haven't seen Trey's new Crim Jamer videos, they are amazing. I laugh hysterically. They're awesome.
Did you just say Crim Jamer?
Yeah, Crim Jamer video. It's Crim Jamer. That's the on Twitter as well. So if you haven't seen those videos, I hope he keeps up with that niche right now while we're, feeling a little bit down and out. I think it's fun. It's all in good fun. It's funny. And hopefully it makes Jim Cramer really, really angry. It's called Sad Money with Crim Jamer. It's amazing.
That's
sorry, Mark. I just cut you off to say that, but the thing is I haven't lost faith in everyone yet. Hopefully, people will turn things around and get it back together. Come back together. Sort of, even if we don't agree on everything. The fact of the matter is something has to be done, or at least be honest with people. You have 400,000 people following on YouTube. At some point, you kind of have to at least be sort of honest. I noticed he doesn't engage with CEO Adam. I know he had invited him for another interview and never heard anything else of it. And I know Adam backed out of the documentary, and Trey was very displeased about that. So I think there's some stuff going on behind the scenes, but it would be nice if, people could be publicly aware of where, I feel like we're all just kind of like hands up in the air. Like, what do we do now? I don't know if I should be, a lot of people wanted me to play softball, go easy. Adam's done so much for us. But when I look back at it and look at the reality, we've done so much more for him. And that's the truth. And I'm sorry. I know that people praise the guy and love the guy and are hopeful that he still has a plan up his sleeve and all of this and, plays 4D chess. And I wouldn't bet against CEO Adam and all of these different choke on that statements. But at the end of the day, I feel like the only people getting choked here are us. And we're in a stranglehold, and the stock price is just being manipulated down further and further to the point where if something isn't said or done, I think, we need to actually take action. We own over 50% as retail. We should probably have, a member on the board representing the apes. That probably should have happened months ago. I know that CEO Adam is seen as, he's just the CEO, and the CEO's job is to take care of the business. Actually, over the summer, he became the chairman as well. And as the chairman of a company, it's his job to answer to the shareholders. His chairman's position is above the CEO, just like Ryan Cohen is the chairman of GME. And that was a hostile takeover. Ryan Cohen took over as chairman of GME because he owned 12% of the stock. So, which he still holds, by the way. I just think it's time that we have a voice in this, and it can't just be on Twitter. We need to actually have a position where we have a say. We can get answers for the community of people who are desperate at this point. Otherwise, I feel, we've lost the opportunity to kind of capture lightning in a bottle and really squandered, an entire movement of people. There's a reason why AMC was the #1 talked about ticker last year. And it wasn't because of the theaters, unfortunately. And I know Adam wants to frame it that way, but it was because of the stock. It was because of the manipulation around the stock. It's effectively brought so much to light, including dark pools, which we were told were non-existent. There was no such thing. My last Twitter account was shut down because I mentioned dark pools. Then all of a sudden that became a thing. And, yeah, there are dark pools, but they're not a big deal. And then it went from that to naked shorting doesn't exist. it's illegal. They don't do that, to naked shorts. Yeah, Melissa Lee, so slowly but surely we've effectively brought things from the darkness to light. But the one thing that hasn't been brought to light is the level of manipulation that's actually happening with AMC stock. And the one person who has the power to do that is CEO Adam.
Real quick, I want to thank Pam the Trader for coming into the YouTube chat and being my moderator again. Tara set me up with her. She is awesome. She keeps the moderation just on point for the cleanliness of the YouTube chat. Let's go to questions. I just brought up. Yeah, she is, Tara. I appreciate it. The YouTube chat gets pretty weird. What's up, Crazy? Do you have a question for Mark or any of the panelists?
Because the shorts resort to your YouTube chat. Sorry,
yeah,
go
they
ahead.
had to because I blocked them all because they're not shorts. They're paid harassers.
What's up, guys? I just thought the bringing an ape on the board idea, I think that's what we actually need, because we don't have any representation right now. We need someone who has our core beliefs as their main focus. That's what we need. I think we should choose someone from this community, vote them as part of the board, and have them make decisions for us. That's what we need.
And to do that, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, there are company bylaws and governance that say that has to be requested. It has to be put in for a motion and then voted on. I'm not 100% sure how to actually get that filed, but you can go to investor relations and click on the company governance and read the bylaws. That'll educate you on what your rights are as an investor. It may be something that may needed to be petitioned to the board. So I'll repost that link to the company governance on Investor Connect, and we'll rediscuss that because it's something that keeps coming up. I really agree with everybody. There should be a reputable ape that has the proper background to be on the board of directors of AMC.
Honestly, I think it should be one of you guys here, because you've done so much for the community. I think maybe you, Spence. I'd vote for you.
I appreciate that, man.
PJ or Spence. Honestly, anybody in here.
I would go with PJ.
PJ is a firecracker. Like, that woman, I mean, she's tough, and I don't think she could be bought. I don't think she could, be molded into something that they would want her to be. I don't think she would lose sight of her representation of us. And same with you, Spence. I totally believe that about you as well. I just think, PJ has so much knowledge in the manipulation that goes on within the stock market, the things that have taken place, with other stocks. And she even brought to my attention the Ader CEO who came out publicly regarding, the nefarious things happening with his stock. He came out on Twitter very publicly and stated what he was doing about it. So I know a lot of people spread around that, CEO Adam can't talk about it. It's illegal. He can't mention it. Well, that was kind of proven to be untrue as you witness another CEO doing just that. So there's just been a lot of pieces of a puzzle that have kind of come together. And honestly, I'm sure there are a lot of amazing people who could step up to that position. I wouldn't want to be the one ever, but I would back, someone who I've seen working their ass off from day one, fighting against, the buy button in January and just everything that's kind of led up to this point. For sure. They would have my vote for sure.
I'll be PJ's secretary. How about that?
Well, thanks, guys.
Security secretary.
You could be. I'll be the bouncer, and you could be the secretary, Spence. Okay. But you have to wear skirts. I'm just kidding.
Whatever. It's 2022. I can if I want.
Exactly. Yeah, you should. You have to.
You guys should get my handle. I have security in my pocket.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm licensed. Thanks for Thanks for this. Thanks for the statement, Crazy Man. Was there any quick question you wanted to ask Mark, or did you just want to come up and just say the board idea thing?
No, yeah, that's all I wanted to really say. But thanks everything you do, guys. You guys will make AMC great, and I'll see you guys on the moon.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for coming up. Hope you enjoy the rest of the call. Hey, Mark, what was your response to being asked by the community to be a board member of AMC?
It's nice that someone would mention that, but I'm not going to be a board member of any public company. I've been asked many times for many things due to
I'll go back into the last call. It was a little more colorful than that, I think.
Wants to pay someone. Let me just say that if someone wants to pay someone $25,000 a month for 3 years, I think I operate best from the cheap seats and trying to help people out, because I would not want to bring my significant rascally haters to any company I'm involved in. So I think you, Jen, DJ, Tara, JB, I think any of you guys would do great. And I think you'd be a wonderful voice of all the people. I think, I think you'd all qualify, and I think you all have a pulse on right or wrong and what the average person needs. And I think it would be wise for them to do that. But I think realistically, the chance is slim and none, because this seems like an old boys club group, and they don't seem to be very progressive, but it's sure worth an idea to pursue. And I think what happens is you need to file something for the proxy to get on the ballot for the annual meeting, to at least people vote for you. That's how you get on. You have to get voted on. So
absolutely. I've had my concerns after doing research on some of the board members. There's some that are very reputable that I really liked, and there was some that were involved with companies like Blockbuster in the past that I just have questions about. I'm not accusing them of anything, but hopefully we can get Adam Aaron and the AMC board members to be a little more transparent with their backgrounds and where they come from and what their interests are in AMC. Hollywood, what's going on?
Hey there, how are you?
Good. How are you tonight?
I am doing okay. I have a couple of questions for Mark. How can Adam, and anyone who can answer this, how can Adam Aaron issue convertible bonds when there are no shares? I mean, how is that legal? He's getting around doing what we voted against.
That's more of a technical, legal, corporate bylaw question. I think when he put out that tweet and filed an 8K, when he says he's going to refinance debt, convertible notes carry a much lower interest rate because there's an equity kicker than his straight debt. And I'm not saying he is going to, if he does, rip wins out of the place. It would be, how can he do it? I don't have anything. If he does it, it would be very bad. It would be very bad, and everyone should throw a shit fit.
Sure, because we voted against shares, and that's creating more shares.
Well, theoretically, it doesn't create more shares until the convertible debt is exercised or redeemed. So convertible debt is debt, but it has an equity kicker above a certain price, where it becomes convertible. So
right.
I think it's a technicality, but I think he could do it. Will he do it? I don't know. But I have a feeling, in now looking at all the tea leaves of what he's done. I mean, he's in one of the emails he sent me, he said that it exposes the company to liability. Well, liability to who? The short sellers? The short seller's going to sue you? I mean, zero chance of that. And the debt guys should be happy because it makes the debt more attractive and more serviceable because you have another stream of income coming in. So when, you say things like that, to me, and he's pissed that I mention it, and like, I don't give a fuck if he's pissed at me. He can stand in line of the people pissed at me. It really makes you wonder where his motivation is and who actually owns him. Because I think he is owned. I think he is captured by somebody. By who, I don't exactly know.
And the debt covenant seemed to tell a story about that.
Well, whatever it is, the fact pattern and the atmospherics just look terrible. And, the one guy who can control that and who can turn the table and pivot this thing is him. But, I'm not him, and I got my own issues and I got my own things I'm working on, and full-time job being me. It's about the best I can say.
But back to the whole filing for a proxy for a board member. Anyone can also request that before the next shareholder meeting, we vote on issuing an NFT dividend, and then it's out of his hands.
Well, you have to get it on the proxy. So let's say I say, first of all, if you say you represent a group owning 5 or more % of the company, you then have to file a 13 something G or D.
You only need to own $2,000 worth.
No, I get that. So you send me a letter. I'm the corporate secretary of AMC, and you send me a letter that I own 2,000 shares, and I recommend Spence be on the proxy in the next meeting. And the corporate secretary or the secretary or anybody sends you back a letter. Thank you, Mrs. Hollywood, for your suggestion. But we're very happy and pleased with the slate of directors we're proposing next year. We thank you for your support of AMC, which is really a nice, lovely way of saying pound sand, right? So,
sure.
So none of that really matters until someone with a lawyer saying, I'm Max Cohodes, I represent a group of retail investors that probably, best case, own 85.3 million shares, best we can tell. And I recommend and demand that PJ be on the next proxy as a board member. And then if they come back and say, go fuck yourself, and then the lawyer were to sue them as a basis, then maybe the compromise would be to put PJ on the proxy. Usually, in my experience, companies just do not allow outside new people on unless there's some forced issue. They're very happy with the captive board that they have. So there's no interest in creating a rebel-rousing environment, because if you're the CEO, you have a board that clearly supports you, because if they didn't support you, you would be out of a job. So they would not want someone to come in and stir it up and create the unstatus quo, because then that starts making people feel uncomfortable, and that makes people feel like they're going to be held into account. So if I'm AA, I wouldn't want any of y'all being on the board, because all you would do would be create trouble. So they will do whatever they can, in my opinion, to resist change, because people don't like change, and they don't like being told what to do, and they don't like being criticized. especially publicly, and that's usually the way it goes. I mean, that's just sort of the facts of the matter.
Sure, but that's why I wasn't even saying about getting someone on the board, a proxy to get the NFT dividend. They really would have nothing to object to that being voted on.
Unless it was a legality from a debt covenant, which is what Adam Aaron talked about. And personally, I don't know if it's even available to see, but that's something a seated board member for the stock would need to do, is identify these covenants that are restricting the company.
But that costs them nothing. I mean, it's not like issuing cash. I mean, I could understand if we were talking about a cash dividend.
Yeah, like I said, you don't know what the covenants actually say, though. So it could be any dividend of any kind.
Look, I mean, Hollywood, I think you bring up a good point. Spence, you have a good point. Covenants and debt covenants are negotiable. I think he could have negotiated these covenants around it. I think that whoever his bankers are realize if he did this, if he did the plan, it would open up Pandora's box, and it would have probably restricted him from selling the stock. And it would have just been best to try to make me look whatever, rather than saying this is a really good idea. But all he really had to say is, we'll take it under advisement. He didn't have to grandstand the way he did, because he killed a really good idea, and in turn he killed the stock.
He emboldened the shorts too on that.
Yeah, basically.
Absolutely.
You took the cannonballs out of the cannon, right in front of everybody, and that's a real shame. It's you have opportunities in life to be bold and make a difference. And look, I said it's your time, AA, to be bold. And until you're bold, I give you a C+. And now his C+ grade at the time has gone down to a D. So he's failed you all miserably. He's failed me miserably. But
and you know what? That could be why he's laying low too. I mean, surely he's smart enough to understand that he messed up.
Yeah, it could be the NFL tweet's a little underwhelming for yesterday being, Friday being January 28th. So
yeah, I would say just you're better off just not tweeting at all. To be honest, if I was a PR person, I would just say, if you're going to lay low, lay completely low. Don't come out and tweet about the NFL right now. I know playoffs are cool. The NFL is cool. A lot of people don't really care that much about that when it's coming from the person in charge, the leadership, the person that we've all put our faith into. Not that we put our faith into Adam when we bought the stock, because I didn't even know who the CEO of the company was. But since getting to know him here and the statements that he's made regarding 3D chess and choke on that and stuff like that, it seemed like he was coming out swinging, like he was really gonna lay it on the shorts. And it feels like we kind of bought into something that maybe was lackluster at best. I don't know what to say, but
I agree.
Yeah.
I think the other thing there, though, and this is kind of in favor of what Tara was saying, is if you go back to 2019, he talked about being the victim at AMC of short selling. So, I don't know. Something seemed to switch. A number of people have called this out before. Something seemed to have switched sometime in the summer of last year. And maybe that was around or in the fall. And maybe that was around when Mark came to everybody and said, I got this idea.
It wasn't, Brett.
It was before that,
wasn't it? Yes, correct. It was when he became chairman. And as chairman, so a lot of companies will avoid having a CEO also act as chair because they have too much control. There's too much of a level of control. It's actually seen as a conflict of interest for a lot of companies. So things changed and a narrative shifted. I've mentioned it here in these calls before. In July, I brought up some NFT ideas and some other things that we had discussed in calls that I would relay directly to CEO Adam. In July, I got a response, letting me know how much he appreciated me and what I was doing for the company. I have it all. I mean, I have it on record. I have receipts. In August, after he became chairman, that tune changed. It did a complete 180. I came back to him with some more ideas, 100% positive stuff, just, things to work toward, the debt and, possibly setting up ways that apes could help pay down debt in bonds and different things that people had discussed in calls just like this. His tune completely changed. He came back in August with an email saying, not stand down. Those weren't the words that he used with me. It was more of, we have a team of people. This is their job. We'll leave it to them to do their job. And basically, we don't need you. We don't need your help anymore. We don't need the apes. And from then, the apes weren't mentioned by him. While before that, he embraced kind of the silverback comments. He embraced the apes. He talked about the apes in earnings calls. Since then, we've not been mentioned. I think he would prefer it be viewed as he saved the company rather than the truth is we saved the company. And it's unfortunate to watch this kind of play out. I don't know if it's an ego thing. I don't know if, it's just wanting all the cred. I don't know. I imagine the guy's not going to work forever. I can't see him wanting this for his resume for some future CEO position where he needs to be able to say, look what I did, myself and I with AMC. You know what I mean? So it's tough. It's really a tough position to be in, and witness firsthand the kind of shift and change. And then from there, what has taken place with the stock itself, almost completely, transcribes everything. Like it almost goes hand in hand with his actions perfectly. If you could do a timeline of events and put it up next to or in front of the ticker, it would be very interesting to see how his actions have actually led us right to where we are now.
Here's my thing, Adam Aaron, if you're listening, just post a smiley face emoji if you don't have any control over the company anymore, because you went, like Tara said, from embracing the community and the movement to just, it's January 28th and it's a day later and you post about football, which is cool. I like football. Cat's doing the big promotion at the Super Bowl this year. But
for AMC.
For AMC, the investors, we're heavy investors. We're invested in the company, and a little bit of reassurance after seeing the insider selling, which I know you said it was going to happen, but from 30 to 20, and now we're sitting at $15 again, and I don't hear anything about exposing the fraud that's going on, that's manipulating the stock in the company, and it's very concerning. And if you can't talk about it, that's one thing, but there are other CEOs that are talking about it. I do want to make a shout out to the GameStop CEO for his tweet on January 28th for the Rise of the Players movie. He said, who's going to the movies? I thought that was great. So, cool beans on that. What's up, J-Dog? You've been up here for a minute. You got a question?
Yeah, well, the reason I stopped coming to you guys' space is because I keep hearing that Citadel is partnered with T-Zero.
You heard that from who?
They had some paperwork. I don't want to put no names out there.
So do you have a source for what you're saying?
Wait, I missed what he said. What did you say?
Mark's already covered that T-Zero has a 7% stake, or Citadel has a 7% stake in Box.
Right.
Yeah, not T-Zero.
I missed what he said. Could you repeat it, J-Dog? I didn't hear you.
That I keep hearing, and I see some paperwork where they say that Citadel was part owner of T-Zero.
No, so Citadel doesn't own. Well, I'll let Mark answer. Mark, do you mind answering this again?
No, at the start of the call, I read about 3 pages of Bstx. Citadel owns 0% of T0. 0. Citadel owns 7% of half an interest in a joint venture between T0 and other people, including Citadel, Citibank, JP Morgan, UBS, and Credit Suisse, and the Toronto Stock Exchange. Citadel owns 7% of that group of a joint venture of which T0 owns half. So anyone who says that Citadel owns any share of T0 is false. It's a joint venture. They own 7% of half interest of the joint venture. So
does that answer that for you, J-Dog?
So that includes 0 management control of T0. So I don't know how to say it any more simply than Citadel's involvement in this is a complete and utter non-starter. And one could argue that if they weren't invested in this, that people could question the viability of Bstx.
I just want to let everyone know here for the record, Dutch Tulip, who does a ton of work to call out the fake accounts and get them reported and removed off Twitter. They sent me or posted up a screenshot showing Citadel also owns 4.9 million shares of Twitter. So, I mean, it's kind of like, here we are, we use Twitter, knowing Citadel, owns Twitter, basically, can shadow ban people, can ghost ban people, can suspend accounts left and right. So, I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of like, how do you avoid Citadel? How do you avoid Citadel and do something legally and get something approved by the SEC? It's clear as day. Mark's analogy of the payphones and the people who owned payphones investing in cellular services or whatever, cell phone, whatever. I don't even know what you would call it, but that was a perfect analogy of this. Citadel, if this all happens the way it should, PFOF is eliminated, they will be losing massive amounts of money. So to not be invested in the future would just be completely dumb on their part. And if anything, should really show us how valid this is. The fact that they have a piece of this pie shows me that they know where this is headed.
It's 109% right. And Citadel could say, even though we don't think this is going to amount to a hill of beans, if we're wrong, we're going to get destroyed. So why don't we hedge ourselves? I mean, it's just a smart business thing to do. I mean, if I was Citadel, I would invest in everything that's not their core business, because if something bad happens to them, at least they're hedged out. I mean,
it's almost like they're a hedge fund, and that's like their core principle or something.
Everybody's minds just exploded.
Well,
oh my gosh, it all makes sense now.
They're a hedge, J. Brett? I thought
right?
I thought it was LexCorp,
No,
Lex Tower.
Seriously though, J-Dog, I think it's easy to get caught up in this. Oh my gosh, Citadel's name is stamped on it. We can't be involved. We're here on Twitter. Citadel runs Twitter, or controls a portion of Twitter. We're invested in AMC. Citadel, I believe, is invested in AMC, or at least they were at one time. I mean, there's so many different things that you could point at and say Citadel, but at the end of the day, this is the only exchange that has the SEC's approval so far anyway. So we don't really get to stop the train the train is moving. We can sit here and stand on the tracks and boycott Citadel, but at the end of the day, we're not going to stop the train. It's just going to plow right through us.
Yes. J-Dog, did that answer your question, man?
Yeah, it did answer my question. Thank you.
Right on. Thanks for coming up and speaking, man.
Gonna drop to listening.
Appreciate it.
Hey, so I just invited US James to the call. He just tweeted out an hour ago something that I think is important to discuss on here. If he requests, could you allow him to come up. Spence,
yeah,
that's US James 0826 is his at, and I'll DM you the thing that he tweeted. I think it's something that I would like to talk about.
Should we pen it? Yeah, that's cool. Jen and PJ, if you see him come up too, if I'm watching like 5 screens right now. So, Wendy, you're such a sweetheart putting your hand up, so polite. You go ahead. What's your question?
Hi. Actually, I think this is the first time I've gotten to talk on a call that Marc was on. So, Marc, I just want to say it's an honor to be in these calls with you. I mean, a man of such stature that's doing this, and with all us little people, I should say. So thank you very much. I love these calls.
Hey, I'm a big person. Spence is the tiny one.
Tiny.
Spence is the tiny one.
Yeah, Tara calls me tiny.
Tara, okay, well, you
Tiny
might
Tara.
be, but I'm a tiny person. Have a
Hey,
lot of
Wendy, you're big in my book, and that's all that matters.
shit ton of shares. I am just waiting for that day.
Oh yeah.
Tara, PJ, Spence, all you, thanks so much for all you do. Jen, I never come on these calls, and I learn something every time I'm on these calls. Like, it's awesome. Thank you so much for all the work you all do. I have a question.
That makes it worth it, right, Spence? That makes it all worth it. Jen, Spence,
And I know,
Marc,
I've told Spence the fact that you're doing the YouTube now is great, because you could miss part of a call and go catch up. Like, it's awesome. You know, you can look at it at a later time and catch up and see what you missed.
Tara told me to do it, or we couldn't be friends anymore. So
good.
It's true.
Tara, you go. So I do have a question. You probably have answered it, but my question is, so if, let's say, all this stuff with, Bstx goes into effect, and, then they can't do any naked shorting anymore, what about all the naked shorts that are already out there? Like, what happens to that? Does that not get resolved, or does that get resolved when this kind of stuff goes into effect?
Well, that's a really good question, and thanks for the kind words. So, I think something we're going to be hearing from in the future is like the devil's in the details. And the question becomes, who wants to be on the exchange, how that looks, who the first movers actually are, what does it look like, who other investors are in this thing, will NASDAQ switch over to it, there's a lot of things here that are gonna happen, and it's going to be fascinating who pushes it. Do the issuers push it? Do bigger companies push it first? Do smaller companies push it? But the second this gets endorsed, so I'm old enough to remember when people used to look at the NASDAQ as a hoax. The NASDAQ, where the American Stock Exchange was actually bigger than NASDAQ. And the big issuer on NASDAQ was Intel. Everything else was garbage. But when Microsoft went to NASDAQ, that's when it really started to take off. And, I'm not going to say it's a chicken and egg thing here, but as this starts up and people like it and people say, let's do this, you won't be able to stop it. Then it's going to just become a grand slam and everyone's going to switch to it. So, again, this thing just got approved on Thursday night, and I think details will follow. And I'm working on something beyond significant. And if and when it happens and people see it, everyone will have an aha moment, and then I'll be serving the crow up. And I mean, I will be serving the crow up. And then everyone's going to truly get what they deserve. But that's all coming.
All right. Well, I'm 26 days away from my year anniversary, so
congratulations.
I can't wait. It will save me millions. So,
I
I'm
don't,
hoping
I don't,
that it
I don't
hasn't
know.
happened yet.
I don't know if it'll save you millions. I think, again, I think the cool thing one day will be is blank years from now. I think everyone will say, I was on that call when this idea first came up. I think that is gonna be a cool thing somewhere down the line. You'll say that I was actually on the calls when this shit was first discussed.
Oh,
In your
I wish
face,
we had.
Bloomberg. In your face,
I,
Wall Street Journal.
Yeah.
My
I wish that
YouTube.
we had done like a POAP or something for that first set of space calls. Like POAP is a proof of like attendance, proof of attendance protocol, which is an NFT. So like it would just be super cool if we had something like that from when it was first presented. I know it's too late now, but
No,
something like
there's a
that would have been really
YouTube
cool to be able
video.
to
It
point back
was
to.
videoed. It was saved. And
Really?
also, Louis Tomlinson was here. I don't know if you guys know who that is. I know who that is because my cousin was obsessed with One Direction. So yeah, I know who Louis Tomlinson is, and he was in listening to Mark's idea the entire call. It was pretty amazing. The guy has like 30 million followers or something. Also, Gasparino was here listening, and that's when he took the story and ran with it with a lot of misinformation that I believe got back to Adam before Adam heard it straight from the source, and unfortunately kind of messed things up the way that Gasparino went about it. If you go back and watch those, I would false statements about Mark having a meeting with Adam and all of these weird things, and then having to tuck his tail the very next day and go back on everything and say, I messed up. That
With no
was truly
consequence.
one of my favorite moments, was seeing Gasparino just look so bad in front of everybody. He made himself look like such a fool. But the look on his face, I loved it, because I think he thought he was going to get away with it. And Mark got his lawyer involved and said, we're not having it. So you're going to fix this and you're going to fix it right. And that did happen. But I feel like the damage was done by Gasparino as far as, the information that got to CEO Adam.
But I'm gonna predict that if and when whatever I'm working on happens, it will be Charlie Gasparino like newsworthy, and there will be a lot of people in a full-blown retreat. I mean retreat. So we'll see. I'm tirelessly working on this, so we'll see what happens. But I like where we sit on the racetrack. And Aaron if this happened, is going to be in for an awful lot of heat for what he said. But that's something.
Can I just remind people that I'm still taking a lot of heat from shorts. So honestly, it still makes me extremely bullish on AMC. I hope that, I feel like, for example, what happened in January with the stock, that happened without CEO Adam. So to sit here and act like the stock cannot run, nothing can happen at all unless this or that with CEO Adam, it's not true. At the end of the day, for example, I have John Hempton DMing me currently, calling me a BS artist because he's calling me scum, a continuous liar, sent me my own tweet in regard to what I responded to CEO Adam with. I said, I love football and all, but AMC shareholders are looking for answers, and your leadership as the stock is down heavily. The short and distorts are out in force spreading FUD, and the SEC just approved Bstx, which means STOs are 100% legal. Please speak to your shareholders. That obviously really hit a nerve with John Hempton, who is admittedly short AMC. He's telling me I should be ashamed of myself for that tweet. So not really sure why. I'm just kind of pointing out the obvious, and he's really fired up about it. It's just something I thought you all should know.
I would love to have him on the call. This man is very aggressive.
Oh, very.
He's obviously short a lot, in my opinion. And let's not forget, because I did a lot of research on that Australian
He
stock
blocked
exchange.
me. He just blocked me. I invited him to come to the call and he blocked me.
Because he doesn't want to.
He's really upset.
That's
That
He
really
doesn't
struck
want to
a
be
nerve.
exposed. He'll be
Yeah, that
exposed
really
if he
struck
comes
a
on the
nerve.
call.
Correct. And that's the thing, is he knows that he's guilty of the short and distort narrative.
Well, here's the thing. So I've known Hempton since the mid '90s, maybe. So that's
old.
I've known him maybe 25 years, and he's very, very smart. He's very smart, and he's a friend, and he gets very strident in belief, and he makes mistakes, and I make mistakes, but he truly doesn't understand this whole STO NFT concept. He doesn't understand it. He has his view that AMC is over leveraged. He has his view that private equity and the CEO are in cahoots, and that, all these various things. And you know what? He may be right. There's a chance, he may be right. And that's his bet. But he does not understand the STO NFT concept and what can happen. And it is legal, and there's nothing wrong with it. And you're dividending out a non-cash instrument that's worth money. And these guys can't have a wrinkle in their story. And when the wrinkle becomes clearer that it can happen, and it may actually be legal and of economics important to the equity, if you're short the company, it's the last thing you would want to see, because you would get driven out of fucking town. Not necessarily because of the squeeze, but because of what you get becomes worth a lot. And I don't want to tip my hand too much, but what if it was Disney instead of AMC who was the first to do the STO NFT dividend?
Jeez.
Well, what if Disney, whose stock is on the balls of its ass, came out and said, we've been thinking of something, and we're going to do an STO NFT dividend. We're going to do it once a quarter. Each one's going to consist of one of our characters, and it's going to be a character, and it's going to be a 10% off all purchases within the theme park, right? These are going to trade on T0. You get one NFT, one STO for every 100 shares you own. And the first one is going to be Mickey Mouse, right? And we're going to put out the schedule of what these will be. But if it's a Disney or an MGM or Six Flags or any one of these entertainment companies coming with something other than AMC, people will not know what to do with themselves. And it's going to happen. And Adam Aaron missed the chance to be first. He had an opportunity, and he completely and utterly blew it. Just flat out blew it. And we'll see. We'll see what happens. The world is moving very quickly. And again, if you read what Gensler, the head of the SEC, is saying about regulating crypto and maybe regulating NFTs, and our NFTs or securities or this, that, and the other, everyone on this call can say, we know for sure that the T0 ATS is SEC approved, and we know that Bstx is SEC approved. Everything else is not. So if you want to move the world towards a regulatory approved exchange, there are only two, T0 ATS and Bstx. And everyone else who says there is one is a liar. So understand that if this becomes the wave, there's one company who can play. And that you can't deny.
Absolutely.
That you can't deny. And whether you short it or long it or believe it or don't believe it, if the world turns more towards regulation than away from regulation, this is where it's all going to go. And if you believe in same-day settlement, one-day settlement, this is where the world is going to go. And if you don't like me, fine. If you don't like our hosts, fine. If you don't like Tara, fine. No problem. But focus on what the issues in the world are and who provides solutions to those issues. That is the key. Everything else, as far as I'm concerned, is noise.
Well, and blockchain's going to cause less regulation because the blockchain is going to handle all of these problems that we need to make regulations for in the first place. So it's really interesting.
100% true. So there we go. But that's what the focus needs to be on, and not all this other yip yap.
Absolutely. Wendy, I want to say thank you for coming up and saying what you said in your question. We'll move on to the next three that had a question. I think, I don't even want to try to say it.
Thanks a lot. I'm going to step down, listener. Thank you.
Oh, thanks, Wendy.
Yep, bye-bye.
Presmac.
Hey, guys.
What's up, man?
Hey, guys. How you doing? You all right? I'm going to be honest with you. And right now, let me tell you a few words. Not very often when I say something, I'm with AMC right since last January, maybe even earlier than that, because the first time when I bought it, it was in December. Then I bought it again in January. Then I bought it again in February. Then I bought it again, and I'm carry on keep buying the stock, right? But the point for me is, don't give up. Even the price, it's right now, it's going down, right? We all know this is manipulation. Right, I'm Polish. It's hard for me to describe to you how strong you need to be, but me myself, I know how strong I need to be. And since last year, I keep going myself to be strong. And I advise you all to be strong and never give up. Never give up.
Absolutely, man.
Once you give up in your life, you're never gonna get it back. Do you understand? Never give up. Never. Never. And I wanna say one thing. Good luck to all of you, and let's get rich all in one go. But let's not sell in one go, okay?
Thanks for coming up, man. Appreciate it. I still hold my shares. I'm not selling any. I think last week was probably my favorite buy opportunity since before January 28th. So I'm going to hold my shares and I'm going to keep going to the movies. And I recommend everybody keep going to the movies. The box office numbers are doing extremely well for movies that you wouldn't even guess, like Belle and Scream. They say even on NPR came out and said the action and horror genre movies are doing extremely well right now. Get out, see them, buy popcorn, support the company. Thanks, man. We really appreciate those words of encouragement. What's up, Brian? How you doing, man? Did you get unmuted?
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Came on a little late. Caught the tail end of this. Congratulations, Mark and team. I know this is a big day. It's something that you guys have been working on for a long time now. So congrats. I did have a couple of questions about T0. I understand conceptually what it is. Is there any way for the market makers and other hedge funds to naked short and create illegal synthetic shares, or does that? I assume it closes that off completely. And I would assume they would run for the hills if, no, I mean, we know that there's criminal activity in AMC. There's no doubt about it. Does that cut out the market makers' ability to create naked shorts and synthetic shares? Thanks.
109%. So basically, as securities will trade on the blockchain, everything is going to have its own special code. And you won't be able to create something that doesn't have its own code. So now shares like cash are fungible.
Okay.
And you can create, the government can print all the cash they want. Powell said it on 60 Minutes. All we do is press a button and can print all the money we want. Well, market makers can create all the shares they want. On this exchange, through the chain, as Saflo would say, you can't create artificial shares. You also, on the ATS, I own OSTKO, which is the preferred. I own T0P, which is the T0 token. You can't short it. You can't borrow it. And it's same-day settlement. So, again, depending on how the devils look in the details, you basically take human error and fuckery out of the whole system, which is the value of the blockchain. And there's going to be huge winners and there's going to be huge losers. And the losers are the people who take advantage of the system, don't settle things on time, create synthetic shares, short on downticks, play with the payment for flow, rip off Joe Sixpack through algorithms, all sorts of shit. So it's going to change all that stuff. But again, you know, the devil is, I mean, this just got approved, parts of it, on Thursday night, Thursday PM. So I think there's going to be more and more and more coming out. But
awesome.
But I will say the flip in the script and something that bears watching is knowing who the potential huge losers are in something like this, and to see how some of those people react in the weeks ahead. I guess that's the best way I can say it.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and appreciate that explanation. And that was AA's big objection to everything was he was worried that it was the legality of it, right? So now that that's closed, what other objections does he have? I mean, at this point, he should at least.
Well, one day in the not too distant future, I think I'm going to go to AA and say, now that this has happened, specifically, what was illegal about the plan? Because unless you can come up with hard and fast reasons why, I begin to have a big problem with that statement. And I think other holders should have a big problem with that statement. What exactly was illegal about the plan as discussed on these Spaces calls? What specifically was the problem that
and
you
why
saw?
Why the unnecessary tweet?
Exactly. Why the unnecessary tweet that ended up destroying the price of your stock? What was that caused by? What made you say that, knowing full well you were going to put an axe in my head and the plan, given the heat that I and others were taking at the time? What?
The only benefit I could see is if you were actually short yourself in doing something like that. That tanked the stock price.
Exactly. I mean, if you're the CEO of a company and stock price is a fundamental, and I'm on a forum that with people who helped save your company and who put 50 million in your pocket. What the fuck are you doing biting the hand that feeds you on a good idea, calling something illegal? I'm just curious where you came up with that, right? And illegal to who? The shorts? The guys who were short the stock? Who'd be run out of town in a weasel suit? Who is hurt by any of this? I'd still love to know, and I still have not gotten an answer from anybody.
Well, we had a lot of shorts who were coming out of the woodwork to say how long they would be on AMC if this idea went through. So even the thought of the idea was making shorts come out and say, I'm considering flipping my, script here on AMC because of this potential news. So yeah, I don't know. It brought a lot of positive attention to AMC stock. I mean, there were people, very large figures and entities in these calls listening because of the high profile of NFTs themselves, and then potentially being one of the first companies. Actually, I think they would have been the first company to issue a STO for, right? But Overstock did something similar, but it wasn't the same, right?
Right. Overstock did version 1.0. This would be about 4.02. But between the publicity of it, the attention the company would have gotten, the whole
Well,
thing.
when we initially talked about it, Mark, the stock was around 36, I believe, and then it had run back up to over 40 after the idea had gotten out and been, talked about on mainstream media and all of that. So
it's just I just don't forget. I do not forget, and I take this shit very seriously. So, in time, I'm going to want to know what part of the idea was illegal. That's all.
Oh, real quick, I want to shout out.
I really want to just say I appreciate Lurking Ghost. He's in here. I see him throwing up hundreds a lot of the times. He's super positive. He's out there, trying to get back to people who are using the same kind of argument. And I don't even know if it's necessarily an argument for some of them. I think they just kind of hear a blip and run with it. And I really just appreciate that you're responding to people, because it's hard. It's hard for me to take the time to respond to each person who's putting a message up about Citadel owns Box and Box is connected to this and yada yada. So I appreciate that you're going out of your way to make a statement. You're not being rude. It's just fact based, and it is super helpful if people in this call hear or see people doing that, and you can just kind of say, well, make sure you have all of the information, make sure you have all of the facts, because it's so easy to just hear the big, bad, evil Citadel name and just want to, shy away from everything. But let me just say, Mark is not a huge fan himself. So just keep that in mind.
Just wanted to say, hey, to Swing Trade, he's usually up here as our co-host or panelist too. Good to see you in
Mark,
the chat, man.
I think are you unmuted?
Yeah, I'm unmuted. So I got a DM from somebody.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I don't need to mention their name, but they say, hey, I'm on the call. I want accountability for AA. If you need any assistance, please let me know. I'm willing to sign any NDA, and this is my LinkedIn. AA doesn't want to be first, second, or anything else. He needs to be exposed. But thank you for breaking it down like that. That was super digestible. Yep, put AA on record. He's such a liar. So people with real backgrounds, and this person has a real background and real pedigree, people are starting to get it. They're starting to see the secret sauce and what really goes on here. And again, I'm going to hold them accountable at some point in time when another shoe or two drop. And I think all the holders, and this could dovetail into getting, one of y'all on the board, or free thinking people on the board, because, as I tell Max, you only get so many opportunities in life. You only get so many fat pitches. And it's one thing to try and fail. It's another thing to just not swing. And this, given the timing of how the world was looking and what could have been done is just a huge fail, just a huge fail in my book. And he sold stock, and the stock's gone 40 to 15, and 40 to 15 is a move. That's a real number that's really hurt a lot of people. And if he did it and tried and it didn't work, that's one thing. But he not only didn't try, he tried to make me and others look foolish. And I'm foolish plenty of the time, but not here. So I appreciate you reaching out to me. You know who you are. I know you're on the call, and I'll reach out to you and we'll figure something out. I promise you.
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I think the comment about being cautious about people bringing ideas, could have been, yeah, I get it. Like, it's not always going to be rainbows and sunshine, but at the end of the day, I think, I don't know, it could have been said and done totally differently. I just want to say Spence is the host. He can't talk right now. No one can hear him in the call for whatever reason. Spence, are you talking?
Yep.
I can hear Spence.
Oh, shoot. Okay. It must just be me. My bad. He was DMing me saying, no one can hear me.
I DM'd Spence and told him I could hear him because I didn't want to interrupt people while they were talking when Spence was trying to ask if
Shoot. I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave and reset my phone and try to come back. But yeah, sorry about that, Spence.
Thanks, Tara. Jeez, Pete's. Let's go to Year. Let's get these hands out of the way. Let's go to Year, and then we'll go to Anna. What's up, Year? How you doing, man? Year, if you're there, you got to unmute, man.
It dropped Yair down.
What's going on, Anna?
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Spencer, for letting me speak. Jess, Jen. Hi, Mark. Just before anything, I just want to say, to Mark that, I don't agree with everything you said, but I have never come to you, be disrespectful, right? I'm sure that, you disagree with things, with people in the community, and that's totally okay. But I have a question for you anyways. Since, the news about, this new exchange came out, we all know they're new, right? My question to you is, I know that you are not tech savvy, but I just want to know what
he's not tech savvy.
I
would disagree with that.
Well,
what I'm saying is tech savvy and blockchain technologies and all that stuff.
That is true.
Right. Yeah, because I've been in the call for a long time, hearing what you're saying. But anyways, Mark, my question to you is that a lot of people are kind of like disappointed and kind of like afraid because they think that this new technology and this new exchange, what would do is that because it's so many, there are like codes involved, right? Mm-hmm. So they're thinking that because Citadel has a stake in this company, right, mm-hmm. that they would be able to like edit codes or anything like that. I mean, what do you have to, what do you know, or what can you share with us regarding to that? Because to me, that's also a little bit concerning.
I know, Jay Brett's drooling.
And
yes.
that's really a wonderful question.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what I know for sure. This is what I know. Citadel has patented computer algorithms that no one can touch, proprietary to them, on how they trade and how things go. And I'm willing to bet because A, I know people who used to work there, and B, I know people who compete with them who used to work there, who write code on these algorithms, how they front run trades,
right?
How they can instantly, in milliseconds, know if you're a smart investor or dumb investor, mm-hmm. take the other side, or execute it, or do things like that.
It's faster than milliseconds, Mark. It's like nano.
However you want to describe it. The one thing with the blockchain is it will be slower,
mm-hmm.
but slower still will be
as fast as needs to be done.
Right. Okay.
Okay. We'll be slower, and it'll be slower because you won't be able to, for lack of a better word, trick fuck the system or
Okay.
trick fuck the customer.
Okay.
Right. So you can't embed codes or do things on securities if, for lack of a better word, have a serial number attached to them.
Exactly. Okay.
Right. So instead of your order being executed in milli or nano or whatever seconds, it will be 1/100th of a second, which is
okay.
fine.
So you're saying, Mark, like much more faster than what it is now, correct?
It will not be faster. It will be slow. It will be slower.
Got it.
But when it's faster, if something is not routed properly or routed around, see, right now, for lack of a better term, if I had a Robinhood account and I was a dumb fuck and I lost 95% on my trades, the second I enter the order in nanoseconds, they know I'm a dumb fuck. They never even enter my order, and they immediately take the other side because they know I'm a dumb fuck. Are you with me?
Yes, I am.
They just say, this guy's always wrong. We're not even going to enter the order sold to you, right? Your record is so bad, we'll just sell it to you. They don't. The order never even sees the exchange. It never even sees the other side. They just take the other side. With this, everything has to be executed.
Okay.
Everything has to be accounted for. Everything has to reconcile, and it has to reconcile the same day.
Okay, so I completely got what you're saying. It's a little more now. It makes more sense. Now let me ask you this, and that will be my last question. And thank you for answering. So let's say I place an order on Monday, right? I buy XY amounts of shares for any stock, right?
You're buying overstock, Anna.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so I buy overstock on Monday, right?
Yeah.
I get it because of T2, right? My execution gets done on Wednesday, correct?
No.
No.
If you enter an order to buy overstock on Monday, you buy it on Monday and you pay for it on Monday.
No, but that's what we're
T2 would be eliminated. Yeah.
There would be no T2.
No, Mark. What I'm saying is what we're dealing with now. That's what's happening now.
Fine.
Yeah, so that's the normal.
No. You buy it on Monday. Your trade settles on Wednesday on T2.
Okay. So that time period, Mark, that gap in there is what it's allowing these companies to route these these orders through whatever they want. Is that correct?
Okay. Routing the orders and settlement have nothing to do with each other. They can route the order right now wherever they want. They don't have to route the order anyway. They view me as a dope. They just take the other side. It's not routed anywhere. I want to buy 10,000 shares of overstock at 45. They just sell it to me. They say, you're fucking stupid. 95% of your trades lose. We'll sell it to you because you're dumb. It's not even executed anywhere. They just say sold to you. Done. The computer tells them that I'm
right.
The computer tells them I'm a dope. So they say, here comes the dope. Let's just take the other side. Now, when my son enters the trade, they say, this guy gets it right 98% of the time. Then they go take that order to the floor or wherever because they don't want the other side of it because my son is smart. Okay? It has nothing to do with settlement. Nothing where the order is routed. Okay? Nothing. But on the blockchain or on Bstx, it has to go through.
There you go.
There is no other exchange. There is no other place to route it. There is no other place that's able to fuck you. Or I'm not going to say that. I take that back. There's no other place
that fuckery can exist. Okay, there's no other
Right.
place.
Okay,
It has
I
to
got
get
it.
executed. It's executed in milliseconds, and it settles that day. You don't have
On
the
the same
money.
day.
You
Right.
right. You don't have the money or the margin. It ain't taking the order. There are
There you
no
go.
fails.
Okay.
There are no fails. There are
I
no
think
naked
that's the
shorts.
fear
awesome.
with having Citadel involved, is that people are afraid that they'll somehow be able to route trades the way they do and have that 2 day,
Well,
the, you know, T2 and all of that.
No, but
Exactly,
if
yeah.
you're
Okay.
Citadel, right? The SEC can put their thumb on you on payment for, or
You being shorted,
have
Bart?
to. Beg your pardon? Beg your pardon?
Oh,
You're breaking
you were
up
cutting
pretty
out.
bad.
Okay, how's that? Is
Yeah,
that
as soon
better?
as you said the word Citadel, you just started
Okay.
breaking up really
Okay,
bad. It was
guys,
really
guys,
funny.
look, Schmidt-Schmel, okay?
And
Schmidt-Schmel, Schmidt-Schmirides.
Citadel owns Twitter.
At any point in time, C could have payment for order flow eliminated. So if they're smart, and they're very smart, don't think they're not. They're putting a bet down on the next generation platform, which is smart of them. But the next generation platform does not allow for fuckery. That's the beauty of the next generation platform. And I think they'd rather be involved with it from an investment standpoint than not be involved in it. I would rather be involved with it than not be involved in it. And they probably hope the whole thing fails and it's just business as usual for as far as the eye can see.
And this one, it seems like with blockchain and this system coming up, the first ones at the table are going to benefit the most. It's a lot of who's going to get in first. So I totally agree with that. I mean, that's why Mark is here. That's why we're all talking about this. That's why I've taken my position in Overstock. And Mark talked about T0, the security token. I told my friends I was going to buy some of that Monday because I've seen the DTCC post articles about blockchain exchanges for over a year now. This is the future. I think it's going to take off. It's my personal opinion. And your failure to deliver and naked shorting and all this crazy stuff that we're fighting against is going to end. So I don't get anybody's misgivings on it.
Someone, you're recording this, right, Spence?
Everything. I keep receipts, Mark.
Someone should bookmark what you just said about DTCC and fails of exactly what time you said it on the call, because at some point I'm going to go back and replay this as I shove crow down people's throats and up their asses. I'm going to replay what you just said. And
I'll make it a clip.
And I'm going to shove 5 train loads of crow. That's what I have. So everyone who was asking me what I'm doing with the crow from a couple weeks ago, I served up 1 train load car on Friday, and I still have 5 to go. And,
all right.
And again, the buzzwords of DTCC and exchange guys and things like that, if the script gets flipped, everyone's going to have a very, very, very big aha moment. And
can I just say that, I know that, Anna wasn't necessarily on board with you, Mark, initially, and I'm not trying to call you out or anything like that, Anna. It's okay to be leery. We've been through a lot. We've dealt with a lot of nefarious people along the way. It's hard to trust anyone. It took a lot for me to even trust Kat Stryker when I initially met her. But imagine had I turned her down in these calls and said, no, I don't trust your GoFundMe. I don't like GoFundMes. I can't be sure that you're going to do what you say you're going to do with that money. Sorry, you got to go. Like, it would have changed the whole game. I mean, it's important at some point, especially as you watch the stock price take a nosedive, it's important at some point to come together, be the adults in the room, or reach out to the adult in the room, the person with experience who has, expertise on what to do and how things actually happen with the system and how rigged it truly is and how we can get to the bottom of it, how we can affect change and fix it. I just want to say I appreciate you, Anna, coming in here respectfully with a valid question that I think it helped answer questions for multiple people listening who maybe can't come up or are nervous to come up. So I just appreciate it, Anna. Thank you. And also for tweeting out the call. It truly means a lot.
Same.
I mean, thank you.
And that's the right way to do it. I don't, and again, you don't need to like me. That's totally up to you.
I want to hear what she has to say, Mark. Can I please?
Yes,
Sorry,
ma'am.
I don't think you heard her.
Thank you, Tara. I mean, there's been so much negativity towards, Spencer and, Mark and, you, and it's too much drama. But anyway, so I just want you to know, Mark and Spencer, that, and even Tara yourself, that I don't come here after people. I mean, unless you're tearing the community down, or making money out of us, which are just here because we want a fair market. And like I, from the very beginning, I told Mark, listen, I have never been disrespectful to him, but I mean, that I agree with him, I don't, you know what I'm saying? And he doesn't have to agree with me and everybody else, because every head is a different world, right? But I just wanted to come here, educate myself, and I put aside what or their hands in everywhere. So but I honestly believe that I mean, I hope that this really works, because I mean, it would be a fantastic idea. I think that it would benefit the market as a whole. NFTs are eventually going to be a big thing, right? So it's anything that is crypto related. So I mean, if it is for the benefit of the community, not just the community, the whole entire global market, I'm gonna be down for it, right? I also want
Exactly.
fair markets. I also want the apes in the community, the whole world, have a fair chance, right? And then that's all I'm here for. And I think education is very important. I don't try to come after anyone. I mean, it actually bothers me when people like come after people, and then all I see on my feed is like people calling other females names and all that stuff. It's just, I for me, education is more important, so then I can go to other spaces and be like, listen, I went to Spencer's space call, and Marc Cohodes was there, and he shared this, and then he say this and all of that. It makes a little more sense. Let's get a little more DD and all that stuff. But
Yeah,
I
usually
I
if someone
don't.
has to resort to name calling, they've lost the debate. And it's unfortunate that a lot of people lost the debates when they would come in here and try to be argumentative and, really in your face, like, gotcha. And then it would get flipped on them. And then they would resort to, well, now I'm just going to bash you and name call you and say you do all these horrible things that you don't do. One thing that I've found helpful, Anna, I stick with the people who aren't running a grift, who aren't asking for money, who are sharing their time and sharing information for free, who aren't running some sort of service and then, trying to bash people who are doing the same thing in order to give themselves some sort of leg up. Because the true people who are truly invested in this, know that at the end of the day, they don't get anything. They don't reap the rewards until they put the work in here, right? So at the end of the day, if we're all saying this is going to squeeze, this is going to happen, and we truly believe it, why would we need to collect money from each other? Why would we need to collect money for a subscription for a Discord or a YouTube channel or any of those things if we truly believe in this, in what we're harnessing here, there would be no need for that. Mark hasn't asked for money from anyone, and if anything, has actually donated money. He gave money to Cat Striker. He gave money to talk bad to Citadel. I mean, if that doesn't prove anything to anyone, I don't know what does. But I think that that's important to, recognize, is that there are people who, and I'm not going to judge anybody. If someone has a paid Discord and people find value in it, more power to them. I don't care. That's fine. I'm not going to judge anybody. But what I'm saying is there are people who still truly believe in what we're doing, and that, we're going to affect change, but also it's going to bring more value to AMC. And those are the people I stick with. They don't ask for money. They don't expect to be paid until AMC, something happens with the stock.
Thank you. But anyways, I just came here, to ask Mark that question. Thank you, Spencer, Jay, Jen. And, I'll step down so someone else has an opportunity. Thank you, guys.
And I just want to tell you one thing. Thank you so
Thank
much
you, Anna, for being you. Thanks.
That's exactly what I
Sorry for cutting you off, Mark.
That's okay. Thank you very much, Anna, for being who you are, for having the smarts enough to get other information that may be more correct than what you were getting prior. And I wish that more apes and more shareholders were like you, Anna.
Thank you, Jess. I love you, and I'll step down. Thank you, Mark.
No problem. I'm giving everyone the 10-minute warning. I have to hop in 10 minutes. So,
okay,
come often for 10 minutes, and then I got to go.
Let's hit these two hands. Let's try to keep it in a question and answer format if you guys can. I'm going to bring the other three speakers up. Mike, you can go first, and then Van, you can go next.
Hey, thanks, Spence. First, thanks for hosting this. It's been great. And Mark, the information's been absolutely valuable, so thank you for that. And I do agree that AA should have been all over this from the get-go. But my question is more towards transparency. So with or without him commenting at this point, going silent, do you feel that what was passed on Friday, once it actually goes into effect, can help put us on a run that they can no longer control? And I get it. If we're holding, we need it to run now because you're losing money, you're losing premium. But if you are just holding stock at this point, the price doesn't matter. Because if we believe that this thing is going to run, now that all these acts have been put in place, what do we want him to speak for? And I understand everybody's point here, and I respect everyone's opinion, but it's almost like it's wasted energy, because if he's not going to, what's the energy on it? And kind of just want your opinion there.
Well, there's two parts to this. One, we got to understand when Bstx is going to roll out, what that looks like, and how that goes. Do you move from a stock exchange to Bstx? How that exactly happens. The more important thing is AA needs to, or whoever is running AMC or any other company, you need to have the want to. He needs to want to make a difference. He needs to want to make things happen. In my mind, he needs to. But if the man at the top or the woman at the top doesn't have the want to, it doesn't really matter, right? I mean, the need is there. The need to get to the bottom of this fuckery is there. But the CEO and chairman needs to have the want to. I mean, I can want to do a lot of things, but do I need to? Not really. But there's a huge need here to make this all right. And the need now, the solution is at hand. The solution's at hand. The solution's no longer a pipe dream. Solution's been approved, okay, by the federal government, by the people who regulate the security markets. It's been approved. Coinbase doesn't have it. Robinhood sure doesn't have it. I mean, these guys have it. So it becomes, when does it roll out? What does it look like? Who wants to be part of it? Who wants to be the first to try it? And if you're an issuer, of which AMC is, hopefully they say we want to be the first guy who trades. That would be a plus. I mean, if I was the CEO, I would say, put out a press release, we have a significant issue where our holders bring up that we may be naked short or victim of synthetic shorts. We look forward to the development of the Bstx exchange and would like to have a hand in being one of the first securities traded on it. That goes a long way to having a want to. Just something, anything.
Do you think the fear is there, knowing that the party's almost over? That once we run, everyone's going to sell, and those that believe in the company will buy back in once it drops down to whatever its proper level is. Because we all, $14 is not its level. Where we really belong, I don't know, 40, 50 bucks maybe. But do you think that he knows and the rest of the board knows the run's almost over? So at this point, try to maybe stall. And I'm not saying that I believe, I'm just kind of curious your opinion there, but is to maybe stall this as long as possible, to everyone engaged.
I got to tell you, I just so don't understand his cadence of great earnings, great revenue from Spider-Man, insider selling, poo-pooing the STO plan, stock goes down, 8K of refinancing the debt, stock goes down more, tweeting about the NFL. I just don't understand the cadence of discussion. It is not the way I would have handled it. And I think that as a community, if people get together is not the right word. If people just said, what the fuck is going on here? We saved your company. We saved the company. You've taken 50 million out for it. We have A, nothing to show for it, and B, all these issues we've been bringing up are still issues. And they've gotten, if anything, worse. So what actually are you doing other than posting pictures of yourself in front of a cornfield, riding on a Rose Bowl parade, hosting 30 of us at a movie, right? What the hell are you doing? And if people don't like me because they think I talk too tough or they don't like the words I use, I'm talking to the Overstock CEO at 10:30 at night on a Saturday saying, what the fuck, about ideas.
Can I just say something really quick regarding people not wanting to approach Adam? I think a lot of people, have continuously tried to approach Gary Gensler, and what they fail to realize is that it's really the board of AMC who needs to approach the SEC if they feel that there's something happening with the stock. It needs to be approached by the board. The board is not listening to us at this point, but for a long time there, we kind of coddled and did whatever, believing that this was all just going to work itself out. In reality, we haven't been going to the source of the problem all along and almost shot ourselves in the foot, I guess you could say, by, bypassing our board and trying to go right to Gary. Well, Gary's not going to do anything unless investors or the board members step up to the plate and say, there's something going on, like Adam did in 2019. There's something, he had positive quarter, I think it was Q4 earnings in the clip I have. He's on the news and there's the stock just plummeting after positive earnings. And he says, I think the shorts are up to something with the stock. And he says it blatantly, loud and clear. Now, where is he, now when you've harnessed this movement of people who believe in you, believe in your company, will literally buy gift certificates and donate them. If you can't, I can't even go to an AMC theater. So I buy gift certificates and give them away to support the company, and hold the stock for a year. The stock was the #1 talked about ticker for last year. I mean, there's so many things happening around this, and to just turn a blind eye to it and not represent us. But if he doesn't know, if enough people are just, kumbayaing and saying, oh, CEO Adam is the hero and this and that. Well, no, not until something is actually done. No one's a hero here. And we can say we saved AMC, but now do we even get to say that? I don't know. Have we saved AMC? Maybe for the last year. And I do think that there'll be earnings for the next earnings report. But at the end of the day, is that enough? Is that enough to sustain without, harnessing this movement of people and saying, I'm going to do what people are asking me to do and step up and approach the SEC and say something is happening with the stock?
When the
I want
board
to
members,
add to that.
go ahead, PJ.
Okay, thanks. Just to piggyback off of Tara, I think that Adam Aaron is counting on the apes to be what we were in the beginning and never to have evolved. When he first contacted Trey, we were just so thrilled that the CEO reached out and we had a great relationship back and forth, right? And then I believe that when people started to say, hey, man, what are you doing? And we need this done. This is what we want. There's still manipulation. And yeah, donating to the gorillas is fantastic. Engaging your shareholder base via Twitter is awesome. But what about this is when he kind of started to back away. And then, Mark comes in and does the real, hey, what about this? And I think, and I don't want to sound negative or bitchy, but I honestly feel that the whole entire thing was a show. And we saved his company because they wouldn't be here if it weren't for us giving him that market cap, because that's exactly what we did. And he needs to acknowledge that, and he needs to do something for the shareholders. And like I've been saying for months, I want a reconciled share count. If it comes through the blockchain NFT dividend, I'm fine with that. We need to hold this man's feet to the fire. And I am so mad at myself that back in April, when I spoke to my college buddy that is now a securities attorney, when he told me that we should sue AMC directly, and I said, no, I don't want to do that. He's such a good CEO. And he looked at me as if I was a moron. Now I feel like we should have done something back then. So meaning I don't want to waste another minute.
PJ, real quick, Mark's got a hop.
Yeah, I got a hop. If you guys are still going in 90 minutes, I'll be back. But if not, I thought it was really good. Thought it was one of the best calls. I hope everyone got something out of it. I enjoyed it. I think this is going to be a seminal event. I think everyone's going to look back at these calls and say they were on it. And well done by everyone. I think the questions were great. Zero hostility, no trolls, well managed. I'm very proud of everybody. And it's fine not to like me, totally good. But the decency was really there today, and that's what matters. And hopefully everyone got some out of it. So if everyone's still going in 90 minutes, I'll be back. If not, have a great weekend, everybody.
Thank you so much, Mark.
Thank you, Mark.
Yep. Cheers.
Thanks for coming on, Mark.
Yeah.
Everybody on YouTube is saying thank you as well.
Mark.
Yeah, cool. Have fun, everybody.
Thanks, Mark.
Bye. Bye.
Have a night.
It's so hard to hang up. On that, let's go a little longer and have a discussion amongst ourselves. I'm not going to stay on past 6 my time, which would be mountain time, because I got to cook dinner and all that good stuff. So if you guys want to go ahead and Tara's got her hand up. Why are you raising your hand, Tara? It's weird.
Yeah, hi. This is the USA James. I just want to talk something about the diluting stuff.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, yeah. Actually, I've been tracking all the stock movement since 2011. I got all the summarized from 2021, 2020, 2019. Even I'm still doing it 2022 and uploading, posting daily action. Yeah, thing is, there's some free float number is for 2021. Some place market at 513 million. Some places 513, almost 514 million shares, and some point places like 515 million shares. Well, the thing is, I just found out the SEC form4.com. There's a lot of insider people selling it and receiving as a benefit. But thing is, we are the ones save the company. Since if I see 2020, the stock price went down minus 71%, which ended at $2.12. But 2021, the price finished at $27.20, which is almost 1,300% up. Now, inside people keep selling. I saw on the list here, November, December, they are selling, some people selling everything they have, which is like a $40 per share, $30 per share, $20 per share. They've been selling it, and also they got a option exercise award. So many stuff received on 2022 on January, which means this month. But I'm just worried about last like March, Wanda diluted it almost $30 million. Stock price went down to $5. And it keep doing it. When it goes to something trying to go up, company diluting the stocks. But I'm kind of worried about this time. All the stock is all the way down right now, and still they getting the receiving the award as a stock. If they put it selling on the market, it will dilute again. I really don't understand how they handling it.
Yeah, that's. I mean, if you're speaking on the company, the insider selling and stuff. Yeah, I don't get what's going on there. It's, to me, needs to be addressed. You know, Adam Aaron addressed himself selling his stock when he announced it as his estate planning, but the other board member selling stock has not been addressed, and it's very concerning to me. They sold, they got their money. We made them millionaires. They made themselves rich before they took care of the shareholders. So
even Adam Aaron sold on January 11. He sold 312,500 shares, and then he only left 205,086 shares only, but he getting more than 1.2 million for the award.
Yeah,
on this month.
Honestly, I don't even know what to say about it anymore because it's already been done. It's been talked about nonstop. I think they need to address it. The board needs to address it. But, you know, they sold. Adam Aaron announced he was going to sold for his estate planning. If anybody at AMC is listening to this, your stockholders who saved the company are watching you sell your shares and get rich while denying any type of plan or solution to the corruption in AMC stock. You know, you're just denying us. And, you know, yesterday was January 28th. It was the 8th anniversary, the anniversary of the buy button being taken away by Robinhood, by other brokers, limiting the buying of stocks to retail. It was criminal, and we didn't even get a word. So it's pretty disappointing. I still believe in the play myself. I will still be in. But I will say that Mark's grading of Adam Aaron is a C plus he gave him, a C minus. He got a lot of heat for that when he said it, but now we see it as true. So, you know, I encourage Adam Aaron and the board members to reevaluate what they're doing with the company look at your shareholders and the solutions we're providing you to fix things. And if you have solutions that you can't talk about, great. But we need something to let us know the health in the path of the company. Tara, your hand's up. Bueller. Okay, I'm going to bring up a couple more people.
I can't hear Spence at all, but I'm trying to watch for when you mute yourself or unmute yourself. I hope I'm not interrupting. I still haven't left because I didn't want to leave quite yet. I wanted to hear what Anna and James had to say. I just wanted to say another thing that was a big miss was not tweeting out about the GameStop movie that was playing in AMC theaters yesterday. That would have been a perfect opportunity without really saying too much to just put something out there. Also, it's a movie in AMC theaters, which he promotes going to the movies and seeing other movies. So I just don't understand why, we can talk about NFL games and stuff like that, but not mention that movie, which would have, it was kind of an important one for people to go and see, and also is revenue for AMC theaters. So I was pretty let down to see that missed, squandered opportunity. And there have been so many along the way that I'm starting to really, I am just starting to question everything. And I think that's the thing is they're fair questions, and it's fair to question everybody and everything. It's fair to question Mark with all due respect. You don't have to be disrespectful. You don't have to be hateful, but question everything. It's important that we do that. That's what got us into this play to begin with. We're nonconformists. We don't believe in just doing what the financial advisors tell us to do. Otherwise, we'd be invested in like Apple or something. Here we are doing something completely out of the ordinary against everyone's wishes, going 100% in, aping into something like this, a meme stock of all things. The least we could do is question, people who aren't living up to what we believe they were at one point, or subpar, I guess, from what they claim to be doing. 4D chess or 3D chess, it looks more like someone just kind of left the game, and I don't really know what to think anymore at this point.
And it's interesting because it's right around the release of the movie. It's really strange. Van, I'm sorry, man. You've had your hand up for a while. Why don't you go ahead real quick?
Can I just jump in and say the movie is not done playing? It's playing through the weekend at the very least. I'm going to see it later today.
Nice.
Oh, I didn't know that. Awesome.
So yeah, it's still playing. If you haven't seen it, you can still go see it. Go see it.
Hey, yeah, so I appreciate you putting this whole thing together. Unfortunately, I got to make it quick. I was hoping to get on when Mark was on, but anyways, so my whole thought and thing on it, yeah, it's completely upsetting and disappointing. Realistically, I've tried to look at more of the positive side. Like, let's say it's I don't know, he's doing something behind the scenes that we can't see necessarily, but that's me kind of hoping and wishing. But I do know that since everything has kind of transpired with AMC and ruffling feathers along this entire way and path, I know that it seems that more things have been kind of shed to light, and this transition to the blockchain itself. I think that because of the stock market and the hedge funds, it's everything's all just older folks, and I think it's the fear of the unknown. Essentially, just like when they came out with the internet, right? Everyone laughed, like, how can you even own a web page? To now us looking at like, well, how can you own NFTs and things like this? So, I get the whole, hey, here's your NFT and thanks for being a part of whatever the case is. But I would have anticipated something bigger and more exciting going into the new year from him. I don't know. That's just my personal opinion.
No, I totally agree with you, man. Like Tara said, we had lightning captured in a bottle, and Mark's plan with the STO, if you couldn't do it, still shouldn't have been tweeted about the way it was.
because it tipped the favor of the narrative into the short sellers' hands, which hurt the company. We started getting attacked relentlessly directly after Adam Aaron tweeted about an STO being likely illegal, which it's not. It's crazy. And again, if the debt covenants that the company are under are restricting the company from doing it, that's one thing, but you don't have to tweet about that. That's what I don't understand.
If you notice, for all the other tweets that have to do with legalities, he files an 8K form. There was no 8K form filed for that tweet.
Right. Exactly. That's what's really curious about it all, and how silent really he's been since then. I see, his engagement with the community has gone down significantly. And if he's busy, that's great. I hope he's busy. I hope he's doing everything that I think he might be doing, especially with the I Own AMC NFT. But at the end of the day, I hate coming up here and telling you guys, well, I hope he's secretly doing this in the background. And, we figured out there's a code word in his tweet. It's just, he's got to be under some kind of legal pressure somewhere.
Well, and maybe that's a thing, but so he can't tweet about the GameStop movie playing in theaters. I mean, that's just there. It's AMC theaters. That doesn't add up for me, Spence. But one thing I do want to point out is people kind of ran with that stand down comment that was made to Mark, and hopefully someone can relay this message back to Adam. I think it's time to stand up.
Ooh, hashtag.
I'm telling you guys, if the constraints of the debt limit him from helping us with a share recount, how can the insiders just sell with the company being in debt like that? Why would they do that?
Well, they're making money. I mean, that's what it is. They capitalized on the price being high, and they took their small personal fortunes, and then they walked away from the community, which it feels like to me, it feels like they've walked away from the community. It doesn't change the play. It just doesn't help the look of the board. And now we're all here having a discussion about the board instead of how to improve AMC. You see, and that's the problem.
I mean, from my perspective, we have improved AMC, but they would sell their shares as insiders at the company's demise. How does that work? Right? Like, so they sell their shares, we hold ours and hold the company up. But what if we dumped, and that means AMC goes fucking to the ground?
Well, that's kind of what happens in the event of like the squeeze, right? So it's not lucrative for them to have the squeeze happen because you get the volatile price raise, people sell off, and then they lose a large majority of the individuals that, there'd still be people that would hold after the squeeze or buy back, but they lose a lot of the stability in their stock price and the actual desire of holding their stock if the squeeze is over. So for them to sell high on the insiders, they know we're going to gobble it up because we're still mentally under the impression the squeeze is going to happen. And then so they're making money, and they can tell, they have extremely intelligent market analysts that can tell them, the stock's going to continue to drop. You told them that you're not going to sell any of your shares until this date, and now you're at this date. It's a good time to do it. They're going to still gobble it up, and the stock price really isn't going to change.
I hear that, but the logic makes no sense.
What a good problem to have. Your stock price is too high.
Well, everyone.
Because the short sellers are pounding the stock into the ground. Well, if we squeeze the shorts out, who's going to pound it into the ground now? Right? Like, the logic makes no sense.
Well, and if it does squeeze, yes, there will be a sharp decline in price, possibly. It might end up like a Tesla-style squeeze. Nobody knows yet. But the stock will come back into a buy range, and with the fundamentals improving, investors, especially institutions, are going to immediately jump in and buy at, $10, $20 again. So,
right.
The theory of the squeeze is going to kill the company, I just don't see it. I don't.
Well, I don't think it's going to kill the company. I think that the volatility,
right,
especially with them wanting to dilute even more in 2022.
Who's going to kill the company now? AMC's free.
Hold on, guys. We can't talk over each other. I think the call's starting to lag out a little bit. And I don't mean kill the company. And I want to go at this. I want to say one more thing to everybody that's listening right now, because it does sound pretty despairing. I fully believe Q4 is going to be off the charts. That's why I'm still in the play. I'm here because I know fundamentally the company is doing well. The movies.
Listen, Spence, if squeezes killed companies, I'm sorry, but look at Tesla. They've had a perpetual gamma squeeze over and over and over.
Right.
And Elon doesn't give up. If he's proven anything, he doesn't give up. He hates the shorts, and he's made it very publicly known. Squeezes, though, they don't kill companies. Yeah,
Right.
a lot of people could have sold, but killing your own company by saying, this might be illegal, so I can't do it, which is worse? I mean, would you rather leave something out there, publicly that could or couldn't happen, or make some statement that it could be illegal, not file an 8K form, and just kill the momentum in its tracks? It makes absolutely no sense. That whole narrative about like the squeeze, is bad for them. I just can't, it doesn't add up for me.
No, I totally agree with you, Tara. And like I said, that's basically, you just said what I said, but better and more understandable. But again, the fundamentals of the company, I really see have improved greatly. The box office looks fantastic. And I think Q4 is going to just blitz. And I hope Adam Aaron is on the ball with the retail popcorn sales. I hope he gets it out. I hope he makes an announcement on Q4.
Well, and that's the thing. There's a lot of positivity coming for AMC, and there's a lot to be positive about. I think what we're frustrated about is valid, though. And, I just want to make a statement right here and right now that people might not understand why I'm so fired up, but I started these calls back in May. Adam had just gotten back to Twitter after, I think, around 10 years of zero tweeting. I was on here since March talking about AMC when I started this new account, and then he came to Twitter, and I backed him. I backed him with thousands of people listening in on these calls and thought, he's got tricks up his sleeve. I was going off of the breadcrumbs that he was dropping. He went on Trey's channel. That was huge. I remember, telling people like, look at this guy. He's a trailblazer. He's so connected with the shareholders. He hears our voices. He's listening to us. He's taking our ideas and implementing them. The Spider-Man NFT was an idea that was discussed in these calls in May. All the way back in May, I have the tweet to CEO Adam that I put out talking about doing an NFT for movie premieres. AMC made billions off of that idea. I don't get paid royalties for that. These are hours of my life that I can't get back. And to sit here and act like I'm just fully following this guy and never going to question anything he does at this point would be wrong on my part. It would be wrong and misleading.
Because the AMC, they made a bunch of money from the NFTs, right?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
they're going to, yeah.
That's not going to solve anything. I was doing due diligence last night on, some of the other people in here and the stock, and I kept coming across the name Amber Richard.
Okay.
Is that who is that character in the community?
I have no idea.
I don't know who that is either.
There's like this old guy on Twitter named Lord.
The only thing that's going on is Amber. Some account is coming up. They're spamming it all over YouTube. It's a personal harassment attack on Tara. We've seen it 100 million times. That's all it is.
Oh, I'm
Can you
sorry.
remove that?
I did there's this old guy on Twitter named Lord.
Can you remove this person as they're here to troll Spence? I'm sorry. It sucks. It sucks when people come up and sit up here to gain followers. Lord Fed, is not an old guy. He's talked multiple times on these calls.
I got a question.
He's the guy who's truly short AMC stock and very concerned about my position enough to where he called me on Discord to ask me at what point I would be willing to sell my AMC shares. He really would like me to get out of the stock, and I told him never, so he can F right off.
Pam's keeping him under control on YouTube right now. So what's up, Joe? Go ahead, man.
Oh, hey, yeah. Thanks for having everything. It's, I wanted to kind of share my experience with all this. I know everyone's at different places, but like a close friend of mine told me about this. I mean, it's been many, many months ago. And I just, he's a smart guy and all that. So for me, it's like these simple things, like it was funny because you mentioned the fundamentals. Well, according to the way that my friend explained it to me, like the fundamentals like don't matter. Like, I mean, this is a total scam, and it's like a sure bet almost. And when I say that, I mean that this has already gone. We're all aware how like serious this has gotten. So it's like, yeah, I'm not. I guess maybe it's start time thinking. I mean, it's like such a. I guess yeah, I mean, it's like really, this is going to go down in the history books, right? I mean, he said that my friend's smart and stuff like that. So I was like, well, what does this mean, man? And it's like, well, they got caught with their hand in the cookie jar. I mean, like, this is like, and this is, I mean, you can already see the momentum's been building, but I mean, it's not just going to go away. But I guess my question is how much longer do you think this could go on for? Because, obviously this is an entrenched power system, Wall Street and all that, and like these guys are like pretty powerful and all that, and
it's
all
not
you have to do is watch
necessarily a
like
time frame.
I'll wrap it up, I promise. But it's just like it's in our pop culture. Like you can watch shows like Billions on Showtime. Like, see, they're regular people just like you and me. They put their pants on but we're here, so we just can't let it go. So yeah. Anyway, that's it. I just wanted to. That's my experience with it. To me, it was explained very simply. I got on board within like 5 minutes of the conversation with my friend. He was just like, this is it. I'm not following or tracking anything really, because he explained it to me many, many months ago, and it was real simple. And it's like, that's it. It's going to pop. So yeah, I hope that makes sense. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks, Joe. And with your question on the time frame, nobody can tell you when this is going to happen or not happen. There's no way to know. It's more of an issue with liquidity, right? Right now, the hedges are hurting specifically because the people who are short AMC, their long positions took a nosedive. Man, everybody sees the market currently. It's a matter of, and this is why I tell people I don't invest in companies that anybody shorting AMC invests in. You know what I mean? I'm not going to give my money to a company that is giving and providing liquidity to Citadel. It's beyond my why you would do that. I don't use Netflix anymore. I don't use products that help companies that give liquidity to Citadel.
Robinhood? It's a question mark?
Personally, you guys, every play out there right now is being manipulated by Citadel. I've liquidated all of my positions. Everyone is in AMC right now, and GME, a little bit of GME, but everything's manipulated, dude. And I'm not even confident if I'm going to be in the market after this, but I'll tell you one thing. While this is going on, all of my money is going to AMC and GME. That's it.
And guys, I highly recommend you go back to 2008 and start reading about overstock and the issues that Patrick Burns faced with naked shorting. That's where him and Mark first butted heads. And if you go,
they butted heads back in like 2004. That was when it started.
Well, it's the time frame, but this is the story that you need to read and hear about, because it's just a can that's been kicked down the road to today to other stocks. This is the story with Blockbuster, Toys R Us, Sears. It's nothing new.
Pepperidge
Farms. It's really important for everybody to know the history of the play so you can prepare yourself and do the right thing in the present. So go read about overstock, naked shorting, Patrick Byrne, and actually there's a really good article in Bloomberg on volume 26, issue 1, page 67. It explains a lot about Mark and his history, and it even brings in some overstock stuff.
it's a great point to start to do your research on this. That's why overstock is in T0. That's why blockchain is the key. Rant complete.
I just sent a DM. I wanted to say out loud really quick. John just sent me this. He looked up on the SEC's website in regard to shareholder meetings. I think it's important to discuss and to get serious and get real about the steps that we can take as shareholders, especially because we have such a huge stake in the company, to get answers and get to the bottom of the issues. I wish PJ was up here because I really wanted to discuss this with her, but I sent you a DM about it. If you can check that, that'd be awesome. I'll send you the link as well.
I literally just looked for PJ as you were saying that and realized she wasn't up here anymore.
It's just not the same without her.
PJ, come back.
I feel like when I have PJ here, like I can conquer the world. I don't know what it is about her. I'm like, if I have her by my side, I'm not scared of anything because PJ will probably kick your ass.
Isn't she a
Yes,
teacher?
I will look for it. Thank you. I just was talking to my dad, so I might be on and off.
Oh, that's important too. So don't take time away from that. That's for sure. But when you're, through with that, if you can, I'm probably going to get out of here pretty soon. I'll stay, but let you guys, I see someone else up here with their hand up and I'll just hang. Hopefully no more trolls come in. And great job today, Spence. Jen, I just want to say, I love you, girl. You are so strong. Thank you for being here. I know you're going through so much. And it's amazing that you're here and just able to power through it for all of us and, be part of this team. I freaking love you.
I love you too. Thanks. I'm going to cry now.
Don't cry. Don't cry. I love you, girl.
Virtual hugs, honey.
Yeah, big hugs.
You know what? That being said, too,
securitized hugs.
Yes.
Yeah.
HSOs.
Blockchain hugs. Love you, girl. And give Anya big hugs for me too, please.
And
I will.
Tony.
She doesn't know yet.
I'm thinking of you all. I just want to say that. Anyway, sorry guys. But I just appreciate you guys so much. And Spence, you are killer. Like, I cannot say it enough how much I appreciate that you stepped up when other people kind of stepped out on me and had my back and, helped out with these calls and now have stepped into doing the calls while my phone just has nothing but problems, kicks me out continuously. And I just appreciate it. It really means so much. And then going the YouTube route for people who don't have time to come here and can go back and hear what we have to say. It's just helped with stopping the spread of misinformation and people getting the opportunity to hear it straight from the group. And it's just amazing. Thank you guys for being the adults that I needed in my life. Thank you all.
Well, I'm wearing a frog on my head, but no, it's a pleasure doing this because I'm in the play. Besides helping good people do good things, you guys make shit happen. We're not hosting a space call going, I had a dream and popcorn's, it's let's push the ball upfield. And with all the talk about the shareholder meeting stuff, I know it'll be a more boring call and most people won't come as much as they do to these calls, but we need to have a space call about shareholder rights and how to get a meeting set up to put in a proxy or a adjustment so we can have it voted on. I think if we have a space call about that, it'll bring everybody together and we can properly file something to the AMC board to get this done.
Hey guys, I don't mean to cut anybody off. I'm on my lunch break right now, so I'm like running out of time. I just wanted to bring. I was having a pretty intelligent conversation last night with some intelligent people, and I see there's a lot of people here, and I more so want to get more people's takes on it. Apparently, this blockchain that is now being approved, we all know there's a majority ownership of Citadel, and then somebody had brought up this conversation.
There's not a majority ownership.
That was talked about earlier. That's not true.
Yeah, that is not true.
Well, forgive me, but
they own
there's
7%
a lot going around.
of a small stake of a joint venture.
70% of 50%.
7% of 50% of the box exchange or BSTX.
Mm. But also there was some pretty interesting questions like, hey, are there going to be gas fees on this blockchain? And nobody really knows, right? Nobody knows, but it's a pretty interesting idea. And also that like Citadel has quantum computers, and like if you know what quantum
Okay,
computers are
whoa,
capable of, like it
stop,
was like,
stop,
dude,
stop,
it
stop,
was
stop, stop.
wild. It
Stop
was,
now. Stop now. That is wholly false. There are no quantum computers that are available to the general public.
Get him, Brett.
That is the most fucking wrong bullshit ever. Okay, let me set this straight. Quantum computing is
Super
in the
genius unleashed.
absolute early phases right now. There is very minimal ability to even get any time on those. And they take up a whole fucking place. It's time shared. It's a lot like a mainframe. They do not have any exclusive access to quantum computers. The only company really who has been putting quantum computing out there as a publicly accessible thing are the big cloud vendors. And it's not cheap, it's not easy, and it's not even in the phases of production use. It's in the phases of testing, to the point of like research and development. People are not out in quantum computing yet. We're like 10 to 20 years away from that. And that was like, they were saying that 10 years ago.
What does it take to cool a quantum computer, Jay Brett?
It takes liquid fucking helium. Or sorry, no, liquid hydrogen. I'm sorry, liquid hydrogen. Liquid hydrogen runs at about 0.3 Kelvin. Now, if you don't know what kelvins are, Kelvin is the scale of measuring temperature from absolute zero. 0 Kelvin is absolute zero, meaning there is no energy in the system. So
I'm sure they have that on the NYSE floor with the Citadel box, though.
Yeah, no, not at all. Not at all. There's a few research facilities. I think one of them is in Canada, where they have one of the most operational ones. But quantum computers haven't even extended beyond the capabilities of a regular computer today. There was a few weeks ago, or maybe a month or two ago at this point, there was, some news about how like they had finally been able to get one additional qubit that gave them more power than a traditional computer. But that's even still in like the confirmation phases. So like, any bullshit about quantum computers, just throw that fucking shit out. Seriously,
what that guy meant to say was, I'm sitting on my Dell Inspiron 1500 in my mom's basement, and I read on a message board of people who don't understand what they're talking about that Ken Griffin, Lex Luthor at Schmidt-Schmel Securities and LexCorp Tower in Chicago has a supercomputer that he got from an alien planet. It was absolutely just ignorant, and I'm so glad. As soon as he said it, I was like, Jay Brett's about to lose his shit, man.
Yeah, I was actually sitting in a call yesterday when someone came up and said that. And I was just really shocked because I am pretty educated in this field. I think Jay Brett and I had a conversation a few weeks ago about this, maybe a month ago. As far as I know, there are only 3 companies that have it, and Citadel is not one of them. But someone insisted in a call yesterday that Citadel has a super quantum computer, and it's capable of...
Everybody has no idea what quantum computing is. It's a buzzword.
Yeah, and I didn't dispute it at the time because I didn't
It's where you shrink really small and you go into this other world, right? And you find...
Yeah, no, but I did tell them in that call that, it's still in its infancy. It's at least 5-10 years away before it's even remotely be able to open to public.
Here's the funny thing about all this. Okay, Citadel owns 7% of 50% of a joint venture in Box, right? Oh, Citadel's going to hack the blockchain and do this and that, and blah, 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 blah. What do you think they're doing freely right now? Right now, the system's wide open.
Well,
they're
that's
doing
what Mark has said multiple times. Tell me what's wrong with the plan and tell me a better plan. What's a better plan? And that's the issue. Sitting here and doing nothing won't work.
Blockchain is the next step
in
normalizing the market, making it more transparent and more secure. There will be problems with blockchain. We've already seen it, but they are far less worse than what we have now.
Well, here's what I told them yesterday, right? Yeah, this is a new technology. It would take time for those nefarious actors to catch up to it. Okay, initially, I don't think it's going to be too much problem because it solves a lot of problem right now. But yeah, of course, in the future, someone will figure out a way to hack it, to do something nefarious to it. But that's in the future.
Well, okay. Let me clarify that again real quick, because the way that blockchain works, it hacking the blockchain is not a thing, and it won't be a thing until such a time that a blockchain exists, quantum computing exists and is readily available, and that blockchain has not been properly updated to be able to withstand a brute force attack from a quantum computer. Now, the way that you solve that problem is you update the cryptography solutions to make it complex enough that the computer cannot solve it within a reasonable time frame. I would be more concerned with somebody having a massive, like fucking huge botnet that is then able to sit there and try and brute force keys. Now, something of that scale, even today, isn't even feasible, because big botnets exist. But you know what they're doing with those fucking big botnets? They're mining cryptocurrency. They're not hacking cryptocurrency, because they know that a 4096-bit RSA encryption key is not hackable. You literally could have all the computers in the world today and put it up against a 4096 RSA encryption key, and it absolutely 100% cannot be brute forced in our entire lifetime. In fact, I believe it takes over 10,000 years. And even if you had a computer to represent every single atom in the universe, it still wouldn't be calculable today to brute force one of those keys. So if people have any question in their mind about this idea of hacking the blockchain, it's absolutely absurd. The only way that changes is quantum computing.
So what was talked about yesterday was that someone said there is a software that they can change the ledger information, right? And I told them that's not even possible, because anyone with any like software ability can go in there and do an audit trail of it, and it wouldn't even be possible for them to do that without getting caught.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of right. It's like, I would say it's close enough. But even more specifically, blockchains that are out there that are in use are immutable, right? That is one of their core features, is immutability, meaning cannot be edited. So you can't go back and edit the history. The only time that something like that has happened, to my knowledge, has been back in 2016, when the Ethereum Foundation decided to take an action when the DAO, the very first DAO that came out, was hacked. And it was hacked because there was bad contract code for the smart contract. It was not the blockchain that was hacked. It was a DAO that had bad contract code. That is possible. Those are different hacks. That is not a hack on the blockchain. That is a hack on bad code that runs on top of the blockchain that people manage to exploit. And that's the thing that a lot of people don't get or understand, is that those two things are not the same thing. They're
Can I really quick
not.
remind everyone here, just because we have a super quantum genius in here, Jay Brett, I just want to remind people to tweet out the call so that people can hear this discussion. I think it's really informative and really awesome. And a lot of times AMC related calls do not show up in the top of the feed. So if you guys can, please tweet out the call so people see it right on their feed and can come in here and have a listen, or come up and talk, ask questions, make comments, bring up concerns, whatever it may be. This isn't a set panel, and Spence is handling it well, letting people come up and eliminating trolls. It's almost like a video game watching Spence deal with it. Anyway, I want to make like pew pew shooting noises as Spence eliminates them. Humiliation. So if you guys can tweet it out, it would be awesome. Thanks, guys. And make sure you're following your hosts and co-hosts up here. And, anyone who you feel like is bringing good, positive information that you want to hear. So thank you all.
J-Brat, I hope one day we can have a space call about blockchain basics. For one, I think it would help the community. And two,
He
you are
did
now
have
known.
one, and it
You
was
are
really
now
good.
I
known.
did. Yeah, I did have a blockchain. I hosted a space call all about blockchain.
And you know what the stupid? I was there. I remember that. You know what the stupid thing is a majority of the community will not attend a call where you're going to actually learn how things work, so you understand them. And it drives me absolutely nuts. It's the same problem with people just reading a headline and not reading the body of the material. But you are now known as quantum tech support guy for our quantum computers we have. I have one sitting on my desktop right now, bro.
I only have like a little bit below surface knowledge of quantum computing. I do know where the industry is and where it's heading.
Right.
I've got an interest in it. I've had an interest in like the first thing that came out was in the mid 2000s. I think the University of Colorado at Boulder was doing research into quantum storage. And that was really the first time I heard about it. It was while I was in college. And I was like, oh my God, that's so fucking cool. We're going to use quantum entanglement to be able to determine, the state of storage. And like, it's going to increase storage by literally a factor of like 8, like a power of 8, not just like multiply it by 8, but like to the 8th power. Because instead of dealing with bits, ones and zeros, you deal with a qubit, which is from 0 to 16. And so if you're tracking 0 to 16 states in one spot, it then increases your storage capacity by literally a power of 8. It's insane. And the problem, the perennial problem since the very beginning has been how to shrink it down. And that's the same problem with every technology when it comes out. Look at when the first computers came out in the 50s and 60s. They were entire fucking rooms. That's the same thing going on right now in quantum computing, is it's an entire fucking room. It takes a huge ass tank of liquid helium to keep that processor cool and able to read the state of the quantum entanglement in order to be able to say like, oh yeah, this is good. But they're still like testing and validating, and like they're making progress, but it's slow progress. And
No. I saw Weird Science, and I know all you have to do is flip a switch, and you keep some liquid hydrogen in your freezer.
Hey guys, can I have the floor for a minute? No.
Yeah, go ahead, Sean. I was just getting to you, man.
Hey, no problem. I just wanted to let everybody know that I think we all just need to stay positive and optimistic, but let's just not be naive and stupid. I mean, we've had a year to, think about this thing, and we need to question everybody and everything that we see, but we don't need to get upset. I don't like to hear people getting upset and on the verge of crying out there. I can hear it in people's voices. I've been in the green almost for the whole year up until this last month, and so I'm feeling the pain too, and I hate it. So, but we just need to stay positive and keep lifting each other up, and that's really all I've got to say about everything.
Thanks, Sean. Absolutely, guys. I'm not negative on the stock at all or feel any negative sentiment. I just have concerns I want to get voiced. So the community.
I didn't mean negative. I just went in the red.
I get you, man. I get you.
Oh yeah, I think there's a lot of us have been in the red for a while. I think I'm like 40 or 50 grand in the red at the moment.
I went from 198% last year to 138% in the last 2 months, right? So to me, that's a hit. I'm still positive, but here's the thing: if you try to time the top of the market and sell, you're probably going to sell too early or too late.
Yeah, and screw yourself.
Right, exactly. It's time. The market's coming down. We're back in a bear market. I'm buying more shares on the way down so I can enjoy the ride back up.
Yeah, but I'm doing that tomorrow.
Plus, I'll get my 12-month tax deduction. This is the problem, and what Citadel and Robinhood expected of every retail trader is to say, shit, I lost money, and blow your portfolios up. You've got to be calm, cool, and collected.
Oh, hey, is tomorrow February 1st?
I don't know what day it is today, man. 29th?
Tuesday.
29th.
Well, Tuesday.
It's
February
the second day I got
will be
effed by Robinhood.
1 year AMC anniversary, so.
Yeah,
right on.
Tuesday is February the 1st. because
right.
the January 31st is Monday. I know because that's when I get paid.
All right, well, guys, my kids are here for dinner, so I got to get out of here. But I just wanted to add my 2 cents, which is never worth very much. But I love hearing y'all.
Right on. Thanks, brother. Enjoy your dinner.
See you guys. Bye.
It is getting late, and I know Tara said she had to go. Let's take Sugar, and then we will close the call out after Sugar.
Hey guys, awesome call. Awesome call listening to you, Spence, Tara, Mark, Jen, everyone. This, I think, listening to you guys and our group is like Mark says, we are really bunch of good people, like people coming with good ideas. And there is nothing, it's nothing negative. If you want change will only come if you will make efforts. There is nothing negative about it. We have to question everyone, whether it's the CEO, whether it's a YouTuber, or anyone, it doesn't matter. Because this company was saved by the hard-working, honest people. And they have their livelihoods and everything involved in this. And there are a lot of silent people, those who want, a lot of people are silent. They need to speak up, ask questions. If you will not ask questions, you will never get the answers. So there is nothing negative in asking the questions. There is nothing negative in making the efforts. If you will not make the efforts, there will be no change. This year has to be the year of change. This year has to be the year of betterment for everyone. Whether it's changing the people on the AMC board, whether it's anything. And if anybody who's being destructive, they are just not helping us. Like this, everyone, all the listening to everyone, everybody has been constructive, all the ideas, everybody wants to be better themselves and the company. But the only way we can all do is if we have a plan. So let's get this plan going, and let's put it in on table in front of Aaron. Aaron. Everything is done. All he's got to do is make an effort and go for it. I mean, what's the harm? What do we got to lose? We are from $72. We are at $15. So only way you can go on offense is if you make a change. Just few tweets here and there won't make no change, man. You have to put your words into action. Otherwise, you won't get no results. So speak up, be loud, and let's make a change and let's get it done. Together, we can all do it. Together, because together we are all strong. Thank you and love you all, guys.
Thanks, Sugar, for closing us out. I 100% agree with that. Guys, please retweet what Tara said about standing up. It's really important to get the attention of the board back where it needs to be. I'm going to do a deep dive again on the governance and the company bylaws. So our next space call, we can talk about getting a motion filed with the board. I think it's just time to do it. I'm not going to sit here all year and do just Twitter. I want to see something happen with AMC this year, and we can make it happen. If anybody on the panel, Jay, Brett, Diamond, Jen, if you guys have closing statements, go ahead, please.
Sure. Love you guys. Love what we're doing. I think we're doing good, and we have to keep on, talking about the stock and talking about new ideas, and I think we're gonna be all right, guys. Okay. So AMC to the moon. Let's fucking go.
And I just want to say something to Jen. Have a lot of love and respect for you, and I pray to God, you will be blessed. And me and my wife went through the same thing few years ago, and we are blessed with a beautiful baby girl. So just hang in there, stay strong. All of us are with you. We love you for all you do, and we have a lot of love and respect for you, and I pray to God you will be blessed again. So just stay up, my dear. Love you. Love you more than you know. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you so much. Yes, we'll try again. We will. So yeah.
Stay strong. We love
time.
you. We all love you. We all love you for what you do. And the God is there. God always looks out for people. He looked out for us. He will look out for you again. So just have faith and stay strong and take care of yourself. Get rest and whatever you need to do for yourself. And anything we can do, you have a big family here. We might not know each other, we might not have seen each other, but you have a lot of brothers and sisters here who are always there. Anytime you need
Thank you,
us, we are
sir.
here for you.
Thank you, Sugar. That means a lot. Thank you so much.
Take
Thank
care,
you.
my dear.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm just gonna close it by telling everyone here, okay? This is a conviction play, okay? There are really only two questions you need to ask yourself every day. Are there naked short? And if the answer is yes, that's good. And the second question is, can AMC outlast the shorters? Okay? Right now, AMC has a lot of money, and I believe AMC can outlast the shorters. So these are the only two questions you need to ask yourself every day. That's all.
Absolutely. AMC has a lot of money on the books. We have the debt too, but we also have a lot of new revenue coming in, right? So outlasting the shorts liquidity into margin calls is a big possibility, which I think personally we are pretty close. With the way the market just was, their long positions went down bad.
Yep, and that spike on Friday is part of a bull trap. It's the market is collapsing, and if people have not woken up to that yet, they need to, because the markets they're fucked. I mean, that's and it was caused by these funds getting over levered. I mean, and it's the same story that happened in 2008. It's the same story that happened in 1929. It's the same story that happened in 1987.
Yep.
It's leverage. It's leverage. It's making these huge risky plays and typically not getting called on it, but they got called on it this time. They got called out because people were incredibly pissed off still about 2008. It never got resolved. It never got it never got resolved. It never got dealt with regulatory wise, and the same problems that existed in the system in 2008 are still there today. There may have been some cleanup of some of the practices of real estate across the country, but credit default swaps, they still exist. CDOs, they still exist. In fact, they were in a very recent filing. I believe it was last year in December or not a filing, but I believe it was a report put out by the SEC. So they acknowledge that those same instruments that were, they were one of the factors that drove that, into existence, was, they're still there. There's still problems.
Absolutely. The can was kicked down the road from 2008. The leverages were never taken care of. It was just inflated markets by government bailout and now stimulus. And I am personally, this is not financial advice, I'm taking whatever funds I have and I'm buying my stocks on the way down, but I'm doing it in lots. I'm not just dumping everything I have into a dip buy every time because nobody knows when the bottom is. So just invest what you can invest safely without ruining yourself. Make sure you're fiscally responsible and make sure you get out and get some sun, be healthy, drink water, sleep, and take a break from Twitter every now and then. I just took a break for about 2 or 3 days and I enjoyed the shit out of it. I want to thank everybody for coming to the call, specifically Marc Cohodes for coming, setting the record straight. I'm glad all the big time MSN journalists got to come in, and I hope it gives you guys some good content to talk about on your show so your ratings go up. Thank you, Tara, for getting us all into this, Jen for co-hosting, Jay Brett for being our quantum tech support, Swing, he's always co-hosting too. I just can't thank you guys enough. I love the stock, I love the movies, and thank you everybody on YouTube. I'm going to get out of here and cook dinner for the kid and feed the dog before I get destroyed.
That sounds good, Spence. I think that's a very good